Tribune.
A dirter.
Tribune.
I don't think it's a computer. Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary... What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Oh, he got it in for me. Look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is really good to see all of you, and where's my music? There it is. Good. We're gonna have a fun stream today. I hope you're ready for it. If you're here, then I assume you are ready for it. If not, buckle up. We're gonna be talking about some fossil news that we didn't get to yesterday. We're gonna be talking about Megalodon, the most famous shark that is no longer. Was it actually a different shape than we once thought? We're going to take a look at a new paper talking about that. We're going to discuss the idea of dating dinosaur fossils directly, not just dating the rocks around them, to determine how old those rocks are, and in turn, how old the dinosaur fossils are. There's a team that claims that they've actually been able to determine the age of the fossils themselves, which, if that works, this will be a huge deal for dinosaur paleontology. So we'll be talking about that. And of course, we're going to be getting into your questions as well. And I see Marika937 there. Welcome, Marika. We'll get to your Dilophosaurus dinosaur deep dive as well. I love talking Dilophosaurus, so I'm glad you're here. We can get into that. Yeah. And Mr. J. Clocked, we are talking about Megalodon. Yes, indeed. For anybody who's new here, let me introduce myself right quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. Well, that's me. I work on fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summer. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see our live streams from this past summer. June, July, and August, I was out digging up dinosaurs in the Rocky Mountain West of the United States, in Wyoming and in Utah. digging up at least 3 new species of Cretaceous dinosaur. So check out the YouTube page if you want to see those VODs. That was an experience that I'm looking forward to repeating this summer. Doing real paleontological fieldwork, digging up new kinds of dinosaurs, and sharing that with the world via Twitch. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to do this kind of science outreach and to make my living doing this. And I want to thank each and every one of you who makes that possible through your subscription and your support, your gifting and cheering and everything else. This would not be possible without you, so thank you. As somebody who does science outreach full-time, I am here to answer your questions, to try and bring the world of paleontology to you, to show you, not just tell you, how we do paleontology, how we study fossils, how we unlock these mysteries of life long gone. I don't want to just tell you about that. I want to show you. That's what this stream is all about. That's what this channel is for. That's what I am here to do. That's why I call it paleontologizing. Because this science is... You can think of it as a verb as much as it is a noun. Paleontology is something that we do, and I want to show you how it's done. Give you a peek behind the curtain. Help demystify it for you. See if you've got questions about anything at all related to paleontology. I mean anything, whether it's a question about fossilization, or extinction, or evolution, or the fossil record. Any question at all about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, do not be shy with those questions. I'm here to answer them for you to the best of my abilities, so, welcome to Paleontologizing. Apologizing for paleontology. No, we're doing exactly the opposite there, Ned Bog. Welcome. It's like paleontology, but a verb. That's what this means, you know? Yeah. Anyway. And Andy Aspian, good evening to you, too. Or good afternoon to you. Because it is a beautiful sunny day here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Check it out. Sunny, partly cloudy day, I suppose. This is a view from, not too far from where I am. Yeah, kind of foggy. You can just see the Golden Gate Bridge there. Can I open image in new tab? I can just open. Why don't I just do this? Goodness. Hang on a minute. Remove bookmark. Add new bookmark. Good. New view. Okay, cool. Anyway, this is where I live in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And look, it's getting sunnier. Wow, look at that. This is where I live. This is where I broadcast to you from. We don't have a lot of dinosaur fossils here, but that's why I go to places like Wyoming and Montana and Utah during the summers. When I'm not in the field, I'm here in my office, streaming to you. And I'm about to greet everybody here, so...
It's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
A sanguiner is quite friendly. I don't know what you're saying there, guy.
Right on. Love the stream. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for the ongoing support, a sanguiner. Thank you for that Prime sub there. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. That's excellent. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Yeah. And I did talk about stenocranio. That's very cool, Marika. That's where you live? Wow. That's awesome. You live in the Carboniferous period? No, I'm just kidding. No, honestly, that's really cool, Marika. That's super cool. Neat stuff. Here, let's go through chat and say hello to everybody, and let me catch up. Let me try and do this quickly so I don't get too bogged down. Everybody's gonna type into chat really furiously to bog me down here, but I'm gonna try and get through these. We've got Matt M33 and Smorphosaurus, Golganek, Tony is my baby, Fall Machine and Kodali. Matt M33. And do Modification Brook and Refinement Creek flow into Evolution Stream? I forget. And does evolution stream flow into the ocean or the fall machine? I don't know what you're talking about, fall machine. That whatever reference you're making is sailed over my head. But I'm glad you're here, fall machine. We've got Matt RX. How are you doing, Matt? Welcome, welcome. Sandwich Nom Nom, Off-World Objects. Marika, Matt, Holy Goat. Smorphosaurus. Smorphosaurus says, I exist. You do indeed, Smorph, and we are grateful for that fact. It's good to have you here, Smorph. We've got Neilf. We've got Stream Closed Captioner. I've got you turned on, Stream Closed Captioner. Are you doing your duty, Stream Closed Captioner? Let's see. Stream Closed Captioner, please caption the following dinosaur names. Brachiosaurus, Kentrosaurus, Allosaurus. Not too shabby. Let's try some trickier ones. Erlikosaurus, Coelophysis, Dilophosaurus? It got Dilophosaurus, that's pretty good. Let's try, Megapnosaurus. No. Let's try Patagotitan. I'm impressed, it got Patagotitan, even though it split it into 2 words. Let's try one of my very favorite dinosaurs. First one that ever had my name on the author list, as far as new dinosaur taxa papers go. Trirarchuncus, the Captain Hook of the prairie. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. No, not quite. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. I might be switching to Twitch's native closed captioning soon, but we're gonna have to run that through its paces and see if it's as good at the dinosaur names as the Stream Closed Captioner Chrome extension is. I would like to be able to switch back to Firefox and away from Chrome, which is such a memory hog, but we shall see. Texas Cryptid is here too. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Scrolling down. Phoenix the Archaeologist. How are you doing? Yeah. And Matt RX, the Jurassic Park Carnotaurus design isn't bad. Do you know that The Lost World, the novel, by Michael Crichton actually includes Carnotaurus in the novel? It's an interesting and odd book in a lot of ways. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Atreides Minis, how are you doing, Atreides? Welcome, welcome. The Lenina? Lenina, I hope you're doing well. It's great to see you as always. Dr. Irrefutable, howdy, howdy. Tommy Plodicus says, hello all, a pleasure to be here as always. It's a pleasure to have you, Tommy Plodicus. Welcome back. Makeaway says, what was the game he used to play? I should remember it. Oof. Saurian is the game there, Makeaway, although Lenina has already pointed that out. Excellent. And, Mikey Likes, howdy, howdy. Neverwinter. Meg was only 10 feet long with a gigantic mouth and teeth. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit. I actually made a video about this on the Paleontologizing YouTube channel. This was decades ago, centuries ago, in like spring of 2018 or something like that. We might watch a clip from that later as we're talking about Megalodon. Yeah. It's like partying, paleontologizing in the USA. There you go, Mikey Likes. There you go. I like that a lot. Yeah. And Chronic Sonic. What a great name. How are you doing? They say 10th storm of the year here in Scotland. Crazy start of the year. We've been getting a lot of rain here in the San Francisco Bay Area as well. It rained last night. It rained a little bit this morning. It looks like it's probably going to rain again this evening. Unusual for the San Francisco Bay Area. But I can't complain. Yeah. Gene Wen says, evening, Danny. What's your favorite spot in or around San Francisco?
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Hi.
And Niffler, thank you. for those 100 bits. I appreciate that.
We've got an amazing 70-million-year-old dinosaur egg, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool.
Stop that kid. Where are his parents? A Truckhorn, thank you for the 20 months of support. I really appreciate that. How are you, Truckhorn? It's good to see you. Thanks for keeping me online for as long as you have with those 20 months of support and those dancing geckos. I love it. It's good to see you, Truckhorn. It's good to see you. Yeah, Gene Wen, favorite spot in or around San Francisco? Oh man, I've got a bunch. Holy cow. My favorite place in San Francisco might be the Presidio. Although that's... I mean... It's a national park within the borders of San Francisco. I used to work there. It's an incredible place. It really is. Let me show you. How long is this video? Let's try this.
Today, we're exploring an area where San Francisco first began.
Yeah.
The city's eclectic architecture and steep rolling hills, the urban city center comes to an abrupt end as we reach a serene park-like escape. This is the Presidio, an oasis in the heart of San Francisco.
Frankly, one of the most beautiful places in the
Presidio is
world.
only 15 minutes from downtown, yet contains an abundant amount of open space, acres of parkland,
Gorgeous.
forests, and trees. It used to be an army base and has since turned into a national park. You can even stay here at historic properties. Let's go check it out.
Yeah. So I used to work here in the San Francisco Presidio. When I was teaching, I taught like an outdoor ed class for young kids.
Check it out.
Yeah, remember. I'm more interested in the views like this.
Follow us as we take you into the Presidio. This is
Yeah, I used to walk by here every single day.
to their hotels.
Yeah.
Hotels.
I've never stayed here. Looks fancy. This is where I'm at home. This is what they call the line.
Is one of the oldest footpaths in the Presidio. It connected the city of San Francisco to the U.S.
So yeah, during certain times of the year, I'd walk along here every single day. This is a piece of art. All of these tree trunks laid end to end like this.
A tier 1 sub to Mr_J_Glow.
Thank you, anonymous gifter. I appreciate your generosity and your anonymity too. You know what? You do you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being as generous as you are mysterious. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, the line is really cool.
As we walk through the forested path located right outside of the inn at the Presidio, it's interesting to imagine that this area once was sand dunes.
Yep.
The army planted these forests and trees that now make some of the best hiking in the city.
Those trees are actually invasive. They're eucalyptus from Australia. But yeah, much of San Francisco used to be sand dunes. Anyway, this isn't even the most interesting part of the Presidio. Let's get back toward the bridge. There's Crissy Field right there. This beautiful saltwater marsh that was restored recently. Like, this is a wonderful habitat for all kinds of birds. I saw a leopard shark in here one time. I was just on my lunch break, walking to the beach, and then there's a leopard shark just cruising on through the shallows here at high tide. It was gorgeous. So anyway, the Presidio it's got to be my favorite place in San Francisco. It's magical. Anyway, let me see who else is here. We've got Gene Wen, Bald Squirrel, Andy Aspian, Sparrow Cat. Nedbog says, is that a Meg in the picture on the wall? It is indeed, although the jaws right there are sculpted. We don't actually know how big the jaws of Megalodon could get, because those don't fossilize very readily. So basically what the American Museum of Natural History did was they took a bunch of Megalodon teeth and they put them into this big sculpted set of jaws like that. And then the team took a picture there, which was cool. Who else have we got? We've got Murph. We've got... Let's see...
Spared no expense.
Rhine Metal Mark II. How are you doing? The Lenina, thank you for that gift sub. I appreciate it. Gabriel the Achillibator, welcome back. It's good to see you. How are you doing, Gabriel? Howdy, howdy. Sorry it's taken me so long to get to your message. But we've got Orchestron, we've got Not the Brain, we've got Niffler, and we've got Salamander. Thank you for that gift sub there. I do appreciate it. Look, we are inching ever closer to our sub goal for the week. Excellent. A Truckhorn, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Can't install COD. What a shame. Cod are wonderful fishes. And, it's a shame when they just don't work out, you know? Welcome, Can't Install Cod. It's good to see you. Yeah. Fall Machine says, I've heard the best spot in San Francisco is at Lordy's dining table. It used to be Fall Machine, but we don't live in San Francisco anymore. Or she doesn't live in San Francisco anymore either. We now live together here in the East Bay. Yeah, but Lordy and Ios did used to live in the city. That's where I met them. But now we live across the bay. Here, little geography lesson for those of you who are not familiar. Let's find a map of the San Francisco Bay Area. That should do it. Yeah. So this whole area that you see here is the San Francisco Bay Area, and there's the bay itself. So here's the Pacific Ocean out here. And then there's the Golden Gate Strait, which was known as the Golden Gate because when gold miners and other people seeking fortune sailed into the San Francisco Bay, they came through this strait right here. They called it the Golden Gate. And then almost a century later, the Golden Gate Bridge was built. A lot of people look at the Golden Gate Bridge and they go, that's not gold, that's red. Yeah, because that's not... It was called the Golden Gate for, like, a long time before they built the bridge. Anyway, here is San Francisco Bay, and here, this yellow highlighted part is San Francisco right there. And this is what we call the East Bay. This is where I was born and raised. I grew up in... like Martinez, Concord, this area over here, Walnut Creek. Yeah. And now I live somewhere over here, closer to the bay. And, yeah. When I moved in with Lordy and Ios, this is where we live now, in the East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area. So in order to get to San Francisco, we've got to either drive across on Highway 80 across the Bay Bridge, or take a BART train that goes literally under the bay. It's so cool. We've got a commuter train that goes underneath San Francisco Bay in a tunnel. It's super futuristic from the 1970s. And, or you could take a ferry boat, which I take sometimes too. I've not yet kayaked or swam across the bay to San Francisco, but maybe someday. Yeah. Anyway, it's, yeah, I'm a big Bay Area head, I guess. I've got a lot of pride in my my home region, if you can't tell. So yeah. And Hugin Maip is a Megaraptoran, right? Yes, Hugin. As far as we know, Maip, that's from is it from Chile or from Argentina? It's a Megaraptoran. Yes, indeed. Happy New Year to you too, Ryan Metal. It's good to have you here. Welcome back. How have you been doing? I hope your New Year's off to a good start. And we're getting a raid here from Ground Level News. Holy cow.
Ground Level News and their 13 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Ground Level News, welcome to Paleontologizing. How are ya? It is fantastic to have you here. Holy cow. I seem to recall that I was watching your channel a while ago when you had a journalist on the street in Salt Lake City. trying to cover, like, all of these sweeps. Like, just... There were, I don't know, there were, like, cops and other people that were, you know, telling homeless folks to, like, you've got to move, you got to get out of here. It's like, they've got nowhere else to go. Anyway, it was really frustrating, and you were covering that, and thank you for doing that. It's good to see you, Ground Level News. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you? It's good to have you here. Howdy, howdy. Amber Grace Enchanted, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, and Greenbaum says, yeah, she covers a lot of housing issues, sweeps, and other messes in Salt Lake City. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in Salt Lake City. Just this past summer.
Something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And thank you, Submatifa, for the follow.
Dinosaurs are put together correctly.
And Abatar, how are you doing?
You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never...
Avatar, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, just this past summer, I was spending a lot of time in Salt Lake City. We had a big paleontological conference at the DNR, the Department of Natural Resources facility. So this is a significant portion of the world's paleontologists were in Salt Lake City this past June. And there is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, who is my crew chief in the field. There's Brian Curtis right there, Nick Longrich, Carol G. Where's me? There's me right there. Yeah. But, yeah, this is outside of the Department of Natural Resources building, which is home to the Utah Geological Survey in Salt Lake City, Utah, USA. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. It's good to have you here, Ground Level News. How did your stream go? Tell me about it. What were you up to? And thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. For those of you who are new, welcome to the channel. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. That's me, but I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. And on this channel, we do a lot of talking about dinosaurs, but a lot of talking about, well, the history of life on Earth. About extinction and evolution and biodiversity. How our present world came to be and how it's relevant to your own life today. You'd be surprised how much events that happened hundreds of millions of years ago have a direct and immediate influence upon your own life on this very day in 2024. So that's what we're all about here. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. I don't know what that is, Dr. Irrefutable. What? Anyway, would you like to see a welcome video for those folks who are new? Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like to see a welcome video. I know this is early on in the stream, but if you'd like to see a video to kind of introduce you to the channel, show you what this thing is all about, I would be happy to show you a welcome video, especially anybody who raided in with Ground Level News. Banana Freezer says 1. Abattoir says 1. Alright, that clinches it. Without further ado, let me introduce you to a good friend of ours whom we call Previously Recorded Danny. And he... Hang on! Goodness. He's very eager. He's going to tell you a little bit about what this channel is all about, who I am, what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch. Just a second. He's very excited about this. So without further ado, we're going to cede the floor to Previously Recorded Danny. Go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm going to level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range,
where the deer and the antelope play,
where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, Talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny.
Of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
Well.
Palia salute, palia salute, palia salute.
Tactical Sponge, thank you.
I can see that
For
my
38 months. Holy cow.
$50,000 a year has been well spent.
And holy cow, Mark Melman, that is incredible. Tier 3 right there. Thank you very much, Mark Melman, for your continued support of this community and my mission here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you also to Ground Level News. Can we get another shout out for Ground Level News? If you would like to see live on the ground journalism in places like Salt Lake City and Utah, covering stories that mainstream news has a tendency to shy away from. It's not always good for profits, but it's important stuff. Go follow Ground Level News right now. You'll be glad you did. And Jamonwe, thank you for the 3 months of support there. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And Nurayan says, random question, if the Earth wasn't tilted, you mean how the Earth is tilted at like a 23.5 degree angle on its axis? Would plate tectonics act in the same way? That's a good question, Nurayan. You know, I really don't know. I'm not a structural or, like, tectonic geologist, so that question's a little bit outside of my realm of expertise, you know? I'm not sure. Yeah, I know that plate tectonics are really important for, well, they're really important for the history of life on Earth. As a paleontologist, I recognize that. I don't know how much of Earth's tectonic dynamism is a result of Earth's tilt, though. I know we wouldn't have seasons if it weren't for the Earth's tilt. Axial tilt really is the reason for the season, as hopefully most of you know. But, I don't know how much that has to do with plate tectonics. I really don't know. Yeah. Nedbox says, as a geologist, it would behave the same. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Nedbox is not important for tectonics. Okay, cool. Man, Nedbug, you would have, if you weren't here, you would have loved our stream that we did on the birthday of Alfred Wegener. We talked all about continental drift, talked about plate tectonics, and we watched this lovely old documentary from a good while ago. Let me see if I can find that for you again. But it was from the late 1970s, when plate tectonics was kind of gathering steam as an idea in science, but it hadn't been fully accepted yet. The evidence was really coming to the fore, and people were becoming more and more convinced. But it wouldn't be until like the 80s that plate tectonics really had become, oh goodness. Really had become solidly accepted science. I'm gonna have to look this up in my notes. Let's see. Look up Wegener. Okay. excellent old documentary. I think this is it.
Get around the world.
Yeah, good stuff.
The idea of continents drifting about the globe is as old as the idea of flights to the moon, and until recently, equally laughable. But Earth scientists have been getting very excited about some new discoveries in geology and geophysics.
Yep.
To begin with, what is the evidence for continental drift? Professor Sir Edward Bullard explains the geometry.
This is so charming. I love this. Produced it, no, not the late 70s, the beginning of the 1970. Produced in 1970, this magnificent and historically significant documentary walks the student through the overwhelming evidence that convinced geologists during the 1960s and 70s to adopt plate tectonics as a unifying theory of the Earth's geology. Yeah, it really is lovely, and we get into a section on fossils here to tie it back in with paleontologizing.
Yeah, there are certain geological contours, minerals, and so on, which would seem to link the two continents together.
Yeah.
But it's not only rock formations that leave traces for scientists.
I give you a link right there, little Marmar.
Fossils. Paleontologists have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory. And
this is largely true.
Do provide evidence.
An animal such as...
Oh, that would be a nice alert right there. This, very august and proper English accent. Dinosaurs do provide evidence.
Theory. And certain dinosaurs do provide evidence.
That's going to be a great follow emote. In fact, let me take a note of that right now.
An animal such as this little dinosaur here, Coelophysis, will do very well. You can see from the hind limbs that Coelophysis was a little fast-running dinosaur. We know Coelophysis from some deposits in Arizona and also in Rhodesia. So one way or another, he could get around the world between those two continents. And so could a lot of the other big dinosaurs which
Rhodesia,
in the world
an antiquated term.
Unfortunately, we don't know the route by which they could get from one place to the other. Today, of course, you can't get across the Bering Straits. But in those days,
Lenina, I
there were
appreciate
believing that the Bering Straits region was much warmer than it is today, and also that there was dry land there. So all of these dinosaurs, for example, those that were living in North America, could have spread across the Bering Straits into Asia and then on down into Africa. In fact, Lystrosaurus is probably the best.
Lystrosaurus. Not a dinosaur, a dicynodont.
Now, we've known this little reptile from deposits in South Africa.
Oh, not a reptile, though. Lystrosaurus, not a reptile. Lystrosaurus is a dicynodont, which is on the synapsid branch of the Tree of Life. It's much more a mammal than it is a reptile. It's honestly nowhere close to reptiles. It's a mammal. But yeah.
And China, and in India for quite a long time. This is a skull, which I think shows its structure quite clearly, as the lower jaw down here, rather a downturned snout, the nostrils, and the eyes. Now, the important fact...
Yeah, so that's not a super distinctive looking skull. Let me show you. Here we go. That's a more complete skull. That's a cast right there, but it demonstrates it a lot more clearly, I think. Yeah, Lystrosaurus, which is a dicynodont animal that would have looked something like this. Or something like this. I remember when I was with Lordy... Where were we? Shoot. We were somewhere on a trip, and then we saw a museum planetarium film about Antarctica, I think, and it mentioned Lystrosaurus and how it survived at the end of the Permian, it survived the Permian Triassic mass extinction, and it basically ruled the Earth for like 1 million years after that, and no predators. But they were like kind of, their particular depiction of Lystrosaurus is kind of little and pig-like, and so Lordy kept calling them little pigs. And yeah. But this is what we call a dicynodont. So this is an early creature on the mammal branch of the Tree of Life. Let's see if we can find something on Lystrosaurus here. Oh, here's a clip from Netflix's Life on Our Planet, narrated by Gordon Freeman. Take a look.
Lowly creature,
found itself perfectly placed to take over the world.
And so there was this horrendous mass extinction at the end of the Permian period. And this is before the first dinosaurs. So dinosaurs are not a thing yet. They had not yet evolved. And it was something like 90% of life on Earth went extinct at the end of the Permian, which, let me see if I can find you a quick video on that. So we can lead it into this one. Here we go. The Permian mass extinction. Let me try and find you a quick one. But uh-oh! Our plot has been foiled. Mieza!
Mieza and their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Mieza and Raiders. How are you doing?
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic and...
I appreciate that follow there, Mieza. How was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. And Dare Hutch says, what's up, buddy? It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow.
This is where it really fits.
And thank you, Dare Hutch, for that follow. Welcome again to the channel. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, which hopefully you folks already know. A paleontologist is a fossil scientist. And Danny Griffin, thank you for the follow. Thanks for dropping in there. Welcome, welcome. My name is also Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And a paleontologist, as I hope you know, is a fossil scientist. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs, but I do. I realize that a lot of folks in the general public, they hear paleontology and they immediately think dinosaurs, which is kind of cool, because dinosaurs are the coolest, objectively. But most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. They work on other fossil organisms. You know, from plants to fungi to fossil mammals to fossil fishes, whatever. I work on dinosaurs in particular, though. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch. And believe it or not, this is how I fund my research and my field work, and this is how I pay the bills. You could call me the world's first live streaming full-time paleontologist. And Biggie OG96, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Speaking of welcomes, I think this might be a good opportunity actually for a quick welcome video to introduce some of these new folks to the channel. It will be a different welcome video, a different one from the one we just saw. So don't scurry away, those of you who were present for the video before. I'll show you a different one. And Tasty Spaghetti.
This scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
Tasty Spaghetti, thank you for the follow. If you're wondering how in the world a paleontologist found his way onto this platform, twitch.tv, well, previously recorded Danny, I think, would be happy to help elucidate that process. And hang on, goodness. He just showed up a few minutes ago, and he's raring to go again, so I'm just we're gonna cede the floor to previously recorded Danny. He's gonna tell you all about this. Previously recorded Danny, go for it.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like velociraptors' jump or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Mieza for that wonderful raid. I really appreciate it. I know your stream is a German language stream. I don't speak Deutsch. I'm sorry. Yeah, mostly the only German I know is from the Indiana Jones movies. A lot of that probably shouldn't be repeated, so I'm not even going to try. But I'm glad you're here.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Wood, thank you for... Did you just convert a gift sub into a recurring sub there, Wood? I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. Holy moly. Do I appreciate that. And Biggie OG says, but most of us speak English? Of course you do. You're German.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
People in well, I would say people in Europe, I suppose. Maybe especially Germany have a reputation for being pretty well educated, might speak multiple languages, and so I can't say I'm surprised by that, Piggy. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Monkey on Acid, thank you for the Prime sub. That is brilliant. Thank you very much, Monkey on Acid. I hope you're enjoying that state of altered consciousness. And I really appreciate the Prime sub there. Thank you for your support. Yeah. Good stuff. You know, Mieza, and I hope I'm saying that correctly. Please correct me if I'm butchering that pronunciation. Is it Mieza? And Danny Griffin, thank you for those 100 bits. I do really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Danny Griffin. Excellent. Mieza was talking about ranking favorite dinosaurs. The first E is silent. Oh, Mieza. Mieza, okay. Thank you, Biggie. Is Mieza correct? Let me know. But Mieza mentioned one of my favorite dinosaurs, too. One of the most important dinosaurs in the history of dinosaur paleontology. Deinonychus. Let me go get a Deinonychus skull to show everybody. Mitsu. Thank you, Lepetis. Okay, Mitsu. I'll be right back. Of course, it was in the box at the very bottom of the stack. But this is the skull of Deinonychus right here. Deinonychus is an incredibly important dinosaur. And holy crap, Vedator. Well.
VData_CZ and their 17 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Wonderful. That is 3 raids in quick succession there. Thank you, Vedator. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thanks for being here. Holy cow. Good stuff. I was just showing off this 3D printed Deinonychus skull because Mitsu, before raiding in, apparently was doing a dinosaur tier list or ranking different favorite dinosaurs, and Deinonychus came out on top. This dinosaur here, Deinonychus, is actually the velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame. The velociraptor from Jurassic Park is not actually Velociraptor. It is Deinonychus. There's a number of reasons why I would say this, but reason number one is they basically just lay this out in the novel Jurassic Park. This animal from the Jurassic Park films is not Velociraptor, even though they call it Velociraptor. It is Deinonychus. The terrible claw, Deinonychus. Really, really important critter. Rhacodactylus says Velociraptor is chicken-sized, right? No, it's bigger than that. Velociraptor is... it's about 2 meters long. It's about the size of like a medium-sized dog. Yeah. There we go. There is Velociraptor compared with a human person. Velociraptor mongoliensis. It's not a terribly huge animal. I have a Velociraptor skull too. Let me go grab that and I'll show you. Here, hang on. Here we go. This is the skull of Velociraptor right here. Not huge. Definitely not huge. But, yeah. So compare that with Deinonychus, and you can see why they picked Deinonychus to be the creature in Jurassic Park. It's significantly larger. They probably got a bit larger than this, too. But, yeah. But that's the actual size of Velociraptor right there. Yeah. And Deinonychus is your favorite dinosaur. That's awesome, Pink Ranger of Power. Let's watch a little video about Deinonychus, shall we? Yeah. Both Velociraptor and Deinonychus are both part of what we call the Dromaeosauridae. These are... oh, goodness. Why is this... show me the Reddit one. The Reddit one's not going to embiggen properly. Well, let's just take that and we'll search by that image. There we go. Wikipedia, thank you. Much better than Reddit for these purposes. So this is a group of dinosaurs that we call the dromaeosaurs. Members of the public would call these the raptor dinosaurs, maybe. Velociraptor is right here. There's Microraptor, Austroraptor, Utahraptor, and Deinonychus. Deinonychus is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. A tremendously important dinosaur for a lot of reasons. And, let me find you a little video about that. There we go. The raptor that made us rethink dinosaurs.
In 1964, a paleontologist named John Ostrom dug up some fascinating fossils from the mudstone of Montana.
Yeah, in fact, before we get into this, let me show you another quick video. Yeah, this should be it here. Excellent.
Just where the animal fell. But what did the beast look like when it was alive? In the past 50 years, one of the great triumphs of dinosaur studies has been to put flesh on the bones, and in so doing, to change much of what we thought we knew about these creatures. This is Yale University's Peabody Museum, where John Ostrom is curator.
Yep. He discovered Deinonychus, John Ostrom.
I'd like to introduce you to the largest painting in the world.
The Age of Reptiles by Rudolf
over a
Salinger.
span of about 350 million years, from the Devonian period back in the Paleozoic, all the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic. It's called the Age of Reptiles.
But this is a really old picture of what dinosaurs would have looked like. This is antiquated. Even in the 90s, this was antiquated. Today, this is...
Here is the old picture of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented.
It is still
by
there.
this mural.
Salamander, yeah.
Since the 40s, when it was painted, a number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries
I love this.
was made by me.
He's so proud of that, as he should be. The discovery of Deinonychus really shook things up.
It was 1964. John Ostrom recalled...
And Der Hooch says... Oh boy, and we're getting another raid. It's just one after another. This is brilliant. Octavius King, how are you doing?
_King and their 38 raiders came here to experience poultry in motion.
Poultry in motion. Octavius King, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. It is wonderful to have you here, Octavius. How are you and chat and the rats all doing? I hope you're doing wonderfully. I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's good to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, everybody. Uh-oh. Camera's frozen again. Hang on a sec. Let's get this fixed. That's better. Excellent. Do I need to upgrade my RAM? What's going on here? Why would the camera freeze? Look at all those chickens. Pink Ranger of Power, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Speaking of chickens, we are talking about some particularly bird-like dinosaurs right now. We were having a little discussion about Deinonychus, a dinosaur that helped change the way that we think about dinosaurs. Extraordinarily important. Possibly the most important dinosaur of the 20th century. I know it's a bold claim, but... yeah. It's OBS being silly? Yeah, Octavius, it probably is the case. Anyway, it's good to have you here. Octi, welcome back. How did your stream go? I hope it was really good. But yeah. And Der Hooch says, do we actually certainly know what they looked like? So we were... Let's get back to this.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
Newt!
Bird source, representing penguins here, laughing face.
There you go, Newt. Penguins are legitimately dinosaurs. No joke. Penguins are dinosaurs. Because all birds are dinosaurs. We'll talk about why in a minute. We'll get there. We're taking the long way around. I'm not just going to tell you. I want to show you. So stay tuned and we'll talk about that, Newt. But thank you for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. So, to get back to this old depiction of dinosaurs here, this is from the 1940s. The Age of Reptiles is what this mural is called. And today we recognize it is almost completely wrong in the way that it portrays dinosaurs. Our understanding of dinosaurs has evolved tremendously in the time since this was painted. And part of that was due to Deinonychus. So let's talk about that. Let's continue here. Yeah.
I'd like to introduce you to the largest painting in the world. It portrays time over a span of about 350 million years.
This is actually a fresco that's painted on plaster on the wall of the museum. Not on canvas, on plaster. That's why it's a fresco.
It's called the Age of Reptiles.
Yeah. We usually do a huge stream about this in September, on the anniversary of the completion of the mural, of the fresco. But yeah, it is really extraordinary. But and it's a wonderful like historical artifact because these dinosaurs we now know look completely different from this.
Here is the old picture of dinosaurs. Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
Since the 40s, when it was painted, a number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
So happy about this, and I love that. That brings me such joy. That's our boy John there. John
It was
Ostrom.
1964. John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months in Low County, Montana, and not finding very much. Time had run out. His crew had packed up their equipment and were heading for their cars.
You know, we've been looking for 5 years before we found anything as exciting as this.
Yeah,
Close to
check
where
this
the
out.
cars were parked, Ostrom noticed something in the rock. Since his tools were already stowed away, he began to scrape the dirt with his fingernails. This is what he saw first.
Incredible.
Startling. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Notice the extraordinarily large claws, sharp, curved, clearly the hands of a predaceous animal. Associated, found very close to this, was this object, obviously a claw, which I thought belonged to the hand because it looks very much like the claws on those fingers.
But
there was no place for it to fit.
Nope, not enough fingers.
And I puzzled over that for some time, but we found the answer.
There's the foot there. That's where the claw belongs.
Turns out that that claw didn't belong to the hand at all. In fact, it belonged to the foot.
Yep.
But then something more came to light in our quarry, and I'll show you just a part of it. Bits and pieces of the tail.
With those beautiful
Encased
ossified
in
tendons.
Bundles of ossified tendons all along each right side, left side,
So
underneath.
this is the tail vertebrae,
This made
bones of the tail.
completely stiff, like what I picture as a balancing pole. It kept the animal, helped the animal keep its balance while it was using those sickles on its feet for killing whatever it was hungry for.
Yeah.
Ostrom named the animal Deinonychus, terrible claw, a killing machine that came into being more than 100 million years ago.
And this is a wonderful stopping point to jump into this video here to talk about why Deinonychus is so important. Like, goodness, this is like 50 years after its discovery.
In 1964, a paleontologist named John Ostrom dug up some fascinating fossils from the mudstone of Montana. The fossils were of a slim, sleek dinosaur with sharp...
And Saboliuccio says that painting reminds me of our painter Dienek Burian, who painted paleontological reconstructions. Burian is very, very famous. Saboli. Yeah. One of his most famous paintings is this one here, actually, of Brachiosaurus as an amphibious dinosaur. We now know this is completely wrong. These animals did not live in very conveniently deep lakes like this. But the sheer quality of the artwork is beautiful. It's evocative. It's thought-provoking. It fires the imagination. Burian was a remarkable artist. From, I think, what is now Czechia? He was a Czech artist. Yeah. There he is there. Some of his reconstructions of fossil organisms are among the most famous ever done. Yeah. But these, of course, are a very kind of outdated view of dinosaurs. Is slow, sluggish, very kind of lizard-like, tail-dragging, dull-colored, unintelligent, cold-blooded. Our view of dinosaurs is now completely different from this, in part due to the discovery of Deinonychus and the work of John Ostrom. So let's get into that.
Curved claws on its feet, and a long tail supported by tendons that allowed it to work like a rudder. From the evidence, Ostrom could tell that this new dinosaur was an active, agile predator. But that was totally at odds with the popular interpretations of dinosaurs at the time, which was that they were all slow, dumb, lumbering beasts.
So this was kind of the predominant idea about dinosaurs up until the 1960s, or the 1970s, I guess, when John Ostrom was really, like, presenting his work on Deinonychus and going, the anatomy of this animal, the fossils don't fit with this picture of dinosaurs, of them being slow, lizard-like, unintelligent, dull creatures. Before, people had found fossils of dinosaurs and they assumed that, like, oh, well, since these are reptiles, they must be like a lot of modern reptiles, but just very, very large. And it turns out that was completely wrong. And it took the discovery of Deinonychus to help kind of change
This
that.
revolutionary discovery was given the name Deinonychus, or Terrible Claw. And Ostrom's description of it set the stage for what's known today as the dinosaur renaissance.
Yep.
A total rethinking of what we thought we knew about dinosaurs. And one of the key questions that scientists revisited was whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded. For decades, paleontologists have been studying this question like 6 ways from Sunday, attacking it from every angle. And so far, the answer seems to be they were both warm-blooded and cold-blooded. But also neither? And also, maybe that's not even the right question to ask. Because the fact is, almost 50 years after the dinosaur renaissance began, this one fundamental function of dinosaurs' bodies, their metabolism, remains mysterious to us. But what we have learned about dinosaurs' metabolism is that it was probably diverse. And experts are starting to think that maybe it's not a question of either or, yes or no, hot or cold. The clues that we have are conflicting and fascinating and surprising. And they can tell us a lot, not just about how strangely diverse dinosaurs were, but also about the evolution of modern birds. And maybe even why the non-avian dinosaurs are no longer with us. You've probably heard of metabolism as a kind of shorthand for how many calories your body uses to keep you alive. But more accurately, metabolism refers to all of the chemical reactions that go on inside an organism, like the ones that convert food into energy and the ones that build compounds that its cells need. These chemical reactions also produce heat, and warm-blooded animals use this heat in what's known as endothermy. Endotherms can make enough heat that they often don't need to rely on their environment.
And we haven't had any cat activity on the stream yet today. All the cats are sleeping right now. I went and checked on them when we were playing that welcome video. Maybe we'll see a cat later. One of my feline overlords here. But,
use this heat in what's known as endothermy. Endotherms can make enough heat that they often don't need to rely on their environment to stay warm. This sets them apart from ectotherms, or so-called cold-blooded animals, like most fish, reptiles, amphibians, and invertebrates.
Hey, Jody Fish, welcome.
They mainly rely on their environment to set their body temperature. This difference in temperature regulation means that endotherms can live in more variable environments and are usually more active than ectotherms. So figuring out if an animal is warm or cold-blooded can tell us a lot about how it lived, which is why experts have been puzzling for so long over which ones the dinosaurs were. And in the early days of dinosaur paleontology, people mostly thought dinosaurs were just big lizards and lived the same basic life as your average iguana. In fact, the first dinosaur named was Megalosaurus, the great lizard, based on its fossils.
And this is actually the 200th anniversary this year, 200th anniversary of the publication of Megalosaurus. And I happen to have that same fossil right here. Hang on a sec. Where did you go? There we are. Here is that holotype Megalosaurus jaw, my 3D print of that, printed at life size. It's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah. Oh, and, well, hello, is it? Hey, Moon Pie. Oh, I can't entice Moon Pie over with treats. She doesn't like treats. But hey, Moon Pie. Do you want to come say hello? What are you doing? Moon Pie's the most suspicious of all the cats. And, he's just gonna go for a sleep on my bed, probably. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, Megalosaurus. Anyway, this is from the very beginning of the study of dinosaurs, back in 1824, 200 years ago. Megalosaurus was first named. Yeah. Oh, here, let me clear the space for Moon Pie so she can get up.
Including a partial jaw and thigh bone, naturalist William Buckland described it in 1824 as a huge lizard that was probably amphibious. Within a decade of that find, 2 more prehistoric reptiles were described, the duck-billed iguanodon and the armored Hylaeosaurus. And together these finds prompted paleontologist Sir Richard Owen in 1841 to propose the clade Dinosauria, or the terrible lizards. But then, in the 1870s, a new discovery challenged the idea of dinosaurs as plodding, simple beasts. It was the discovery of Archaeopteryx. Archaeopteryx belonged to a lineage of flying dinosaurs called Avialae that sits between feathered theropods like Deinonychus
Avialae,
and modern birds. It had some
whatever.
distinctly bird-like traits, like a wishbone, wings, and flight feathers, and it could probably fly, at least a little. But it also looked a lot like other dinosaurs. It had sharp teeth, 3 clawed fingers, and a long bony tail, and its ankles and wrists were also distinctly theropod-like. The discovery of Archaeopteryx was the first indication that dinosaurs were more than oversized lizards. They also seemed to be active animals that might have been related.
Yeah, and this is true, but I feel like my Archaeopteryx model is better than this one right here. Here. My 3D print here looks a lot more realistic than this one that they're showing there on screen. A lot better, honestly. Yeah. But that's okay.
But these ideas didn't really take hold until John Ostrom resurrected them in the 1970s, when he described Deinonychus as a bigger version of Archaeopteryx. He argued that birds descended from dinosaurs, and that many features associated with birds, like active lifestyles, agility, and most importantly, endothermy, got their start in an ancient creature that probably looked like Deinonychus. Ostrom's ideas fundamentally challenged our understanding of dinosaurs. And because of that, Deinonychus may be one of the most important dinosaur fossils ever discovered.
And so this is why I wanted to bring this up. And, yeah, holy cow, if you are still here, Misa, I hope you appreciate that your favorite dinosaur is one of the most important dinosaurs ever studied. Cool stuff.
But Ostrom's initial argument was based on the bigger general features of Deinonychus. With the development of new sophisticated tools, paleontologists became able to examine fossils down at the microscopic level. And this gave experts a tremendous amount of...
And holy cow, there's Ellen Lamb. I used to work with her at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana. So she does what we call histology, cutting open dinosaur bones to look at the interior structure. In the same way that you can look at the lines preserved on a tree stump to tell how old the tree was when it was cut down. Well, you can do the same thing with a dinosaur fossil. You can cut the bones open. You can count the growth rings inside. Those growth rings are what we call lags, lines of arrested growth, LAG. And tell how old the animal was when it died. That's really, really important for understanding dinosaur longevity, dinosaur growth and development and metabolism.
New information, but still, in many cases, the evidence has been either inconclusive or conflicting. For example, as early as the 1960s, researchers began studying bone tissue. Typically, fast-growing active endotherms have a type of bone tissue called fibrolamellar bone. This type of bone grows really quickly and looks kind of woven, like fabric. And it's also dotted with these little features known as Haversian canals, which are the pathways that blood vessels use to bring nutrients to the fast-growing tissue. By contrast, the bones of ectotherms grow more slowly and have fewer of these canals.
Pink Ranger of Power says, how is it determined which fossils can be cut open? It's kind of arbitrary. Often that comes down to the feelings of the collections manager. But let me see if I can find you another quick video to help kind of explain this. Yeah. Here, let's take a look at this. Oop.
Hi, my name's Lisa Herzog. I'm in the Paleontology Research Lab here at the museum. And in front of me, laid out, I have a femur of a fossil theropod dinosaur known as Acrocanthosaurus.
So yeah, Acrocanthosaurus would look like this in life. or yeah, this is a pretty decent Acrocanthosaurus here. I really like this one a lot. There's another one like this too. We don't know what colors this particular dinosaur was, but we've got a general idea of its overall body shape, its silhouette, that kind of thing. Acrocanthosaurus. So this is a big allosauriod dinosaur. Almost as big as T-Rex from the early Cretaceous period. Yeah, Acrocanthosaurus.
Acrocanthosaurus is one of our most famous specimens.
This is in North Carolina, if you ever want to go visit
and
it.
mounted in the museum. However, we had to take the original bones off display so that we could preserve them. This fossil has something known as pyrite disease or pyrite decay, which can be very detrimental for a specimen if it's not stored in a controlled environment.
Yeah, humidity really.
Exposure to oxygen in the atmosphere and moisture in the atmosphere can cause the pyrite to decay the specimen. So we've taken it off display and it's safely stored in cabinetry downstairs. Now that the specimen's off display, one of the things we are doing
Mushrooms
with
are
it
jazz.
is
Welcome.
conducting additional research on the specimen to help with the body of research on this particular animal. The process we're doing is called creating a histological slide, or it's also known as histology, which means that we're going to be looking at the specimen on a microscopic level in cross-section. So what we have to do for that is cut the specimen in half. Before we go through this whole process, we consult with other members of the department.
And so this kind of answers your question right there. Who was it who was talking about this? Do I ever feel a rivalry with mammalogists? Not really. Mushrooms are jazz. They work on mammals. I work on dinosaurs. Yeah. If anything, they probably feel a rivalry with dinosaur paleontologists since, I don't know, dinosaurs get so much attention and love from the public. But yeah. Somebody was asking about how we determine which of these bones can be cut open, and it kind of comes down to who are your colleagues and do they say it's okay that you can cut this open for science.
Go through this whole process. We consult with other members of the department to make sure that this is a worthwhile venture because it is a destructive process. So I've already gone through the first step of this process. I cut the bone in half, and then I cut a section out of it. And here's what it looks like now. After this section was cut out, this little slice, I embedded it in a clear epoxy resin for stability. I'm going to be polishing this real smooth and gluing it down to a slide. And then we're going to polish it even more so it's very, very thin and transparent, and we can look at it with light transmitting through the slide on a microscope, and we can actually see the cellular structure of the bone. One of the things that this can tell us is how an animal grew, if there's any sort of pathologies, meaning
is this colder, Hooch? Yeah.
Diseases, it'll show up in its bone, and it'll help us understand how old this animal might have been when it died. Was it really, really old? Was it a teenager? Was it still growing? We can tell that by looking at the specimen in this way.
So this is really, really important because we know that dinosaurs changed a tremendous amount as they grew. Like, throughout an individual dinosaur's life, it would go through really dramatic changes, what we call ontogenetic changes. Like right here, there's a baby Triceratops growing and growing and growing. And you can see
ontogeny.
How much the body form changes. Those horns start off curving backwards, and then they curve forward through ontogeny. Look at this. So there used to be like 20 different species of Triceratops that had been named.
Ontogeny.
And then eventually we realized that these are just the same species at different growth stages.
Ontogeny.
So ontogeny is really, really important to understand for dinosaurs. If you find a dinosaur that looks like it might be a new species, well, shoot, you got to figure out, is this actually a mature animal? Or is it just a juvenile of a dinosaur species that we already know about? Because the juveniles can look way different from the adults. This is of fundamental importance to dinosaur science. And we're beginning to realize that more and more as paleontologists. And, yeah. So with that having been said, let's get back to this right here.
And they're also lined with dark rings that show when the bone growth slowed down, which happens in cold-blooded animals during times of seasonal stress. So what do dinosaur bones look like? Do they have the woven pattern or rings? Well, some dinosaur bones have lots of weaves and some have lots of rings. Deinonychus, for example, has no bone rings and was probably more like an endotherm. Archaeopteryx, on the other hand, did have rings, indicating that was slow growing and probably more of an ectotherm. So
I wonder about that, but
some
yeah.
dinosaurs appear to have endothermic traits, while others have signs of being ectothermic. But getting mixed results from bone tissue is not unheard of. Fibrolamellar bone has been found in animals that we know are cold-blooded, like young alligators. And rings of slow growth also appear in some modern warm-blooded animals, like deer. So another way to learn about dinosaurs' metabolism is to look for anatomical features in their fossils that we know are related to endothermy. For example, mammals and birds both have noses that are lined with features known as respiratory turbinates. These are little webs of bony tissue that warm up air that's entering the lungs and remove moisture from their breath as it's being exhaled. It's an adaptation that helps us and other endotherms retain more heat and water during respiration. So finding respiratory turbinates in a skull is widely considered to be evidence of endothermy. And in the 1990s, researchers studied the nasal regions of 3 species of theropods and 1 ornithischian. They found that in all cases, the nasal
and one of those right there might look kind of familiar to viewers of today's stream. Might that look familiar? I wonder where I've seen that before. Indeed. It's so funny they call it nano-tyrannosaur. But that is the Cleveland skull. This gets into a whole other thing. Maybe we'll get into this later on in the stream. But this is my newly painted 3D print of the Cleveland skull right here. And those lovely teeth. Yeah. So this, depending on who you ask, is either a young Tyrannosaurus Rex, or a totally different Tyrannosaur called Nanotyrannus. That's like, it looks exactly like you would expect a young Tyrannosaurus to look, except it's a different dinosaur. You could probably tell where I come out on this debate. I could, of course, be wrong about this. It could be that Nanotyrannus is valid, and that this actually is Nanotyrannus, but it really seems to be just a juvenile T-Rex. We know that dinosaurs changed a lot as they grew and matured. That seems to be the case with these guys as well. So yeah. Anyway. Dr. Irrefutable says that's a very narrow skull. Yeah, which we would expect from a young Tyrannosaur. It's also kind of squashed. You can see how it's not perfectly symmetrical. Look how it's been kind of morphed and squashed in diagenesis. That happens. It's a common thing in fossilization for things to get a little bit squashed from the weight of the overlying sediment. But, yeah. Cool stuff. Oh, there we go. Yeah. The Cleveland skull. Either young Tyrannosaurus or Nanotyrannus, depending on who you ask. Yeah. Says, or it could be an adult specimen of a species falsely known to be... I mean, that's the Nanotyrannus hypothesis, Haraz. Yeah. Anyway, and how common is that pyrite disease? It's unfortunately more common than we'd like it to be, Dr. Irrefutable. Famously, the iguanodon at Bernisar also have the pyrite disease. Let's see. Yeah, here. These also have pyrite disease, too.
Bernissart, 1878. "I've struck gold," shouted a miner, 322 meters underground, when he discovered a tree trunk filled with glittering ore. In reality, they were bones encrusted with pyrite, a sparkling gold-colored mineral known as fool's gold.
Yep.
A telegram was quickly sent to the Royal Belgian Natural History Museum. The result was 3 exciting years of excavation and the discovery of around 30 dinosaur skeletons, many almost intact. 600 blocks of fossils protected in plaster were transported to Brussels and set up in a former chapel whose high ceiling was perfect for the task of solving the giant 3D puzzle. It was a major discovery for paleontology.
Let's protect
the
our
first
fossils,
time
because
complete skeletons
if they're
could show
removed,
us what
America
dinosaurs
loses them
actually looked like.
forever.
And holy cow there. Thank you, Grainy Pantaloons.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Grainy Pantaloons, did you just subscribe for 6 months right there at Tier 1? Didn't you just follow yesterday? Holy cow. Granny, I really, really appreciate that. Holy moly. Thank you for that very, very much. Thank you for that pledge of support. That means a great deal to me, and it makes a big difference. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. That is excellent. Fantastic. Thank you, Granny. Appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, and look who it is who's come to celebrate. It's Ms. Mini Pie here. How are you doing, Mini Pie? Yeah. Here. There she is there. Can I offer you a treat, Mini Pie? Can I offer you a treat? Yeah. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah, this is one of my feline overlords here. Mini Pie. Good stuff. Yeah. There you go. Let me give you another one. There you are. Okay, you can eat it. Good girl, Mini Pie. Yeah. So, for those of you who haven't been here for a while, I moved to a new place at the beginning of December. And this is one of my new landlords here. She's rubbing up against the camera. Oh, Mini Pie. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. She is quite the character. And she's gonna try and climb up the side of my wall, isn't she? Aren't you, Mini Pie? Can I brush you? Let's get out that brush. Ooh, that's good stuff. Yeah, feel that. Get rid of some of those excess hairs. Some of that undercoat that you don't need anymore. There we go. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. And Casey Snow Art, we have Sweetie Pie, Mini Pie, and Moon Pie was the first one. Moon Pie is currently sleeping on my bed over there. She doesn't like treats, so it's difficult to entice her to show up on camera. But Sweetie Pie and Mini Pie love treats. Yeah. There we go. Gato happy. Claro que sí.
Dinosaurs are put together correctly. The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Thank you for the follow there. Tiny Boss Ginger. Appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Look at that, Mini Pie. Wow. Well, look at all this fur we're accumulating here. Look at this. Wow. If I were a knitting man, I could knit a sweater out of this. It'd be gross. But... well, no but. It'd be gross. Yeah. There you go. So after I brush her for a while, she kind of gets overstimulated and starts biting or scratching, or she just, like, her eyes get really big. So we'll see how long that takes her to do that here. There you go. Oh, you're gonna sit in my lap? You're gonna climb up on the bed? Okay. Whoa, hello. Let's get the rest of that. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. What do you think? Oh. Oh, Mini Pie. She just does not like to sit still. Yeah. He's got hair all over my desk now. That's everywhere. It's everywhere, Mini Pie. It's everywhere. You know, I thought the stream was disjointed before I had cats constantly arriving whenever they please, derailing things. And, oh, and knocking over velociraptor skulls on my desk. Yeah. Oh, look at you. Yeah. Yeah, I see I got a hydrate there. Thank you, Granny Pantaloons, 3 minutes ago for that hydrate. Cheers. Good stuff. Lavianavi says, hey, Danny, do you have a favorite extant species? Oh, boy. That's tough. It's hard to choose just one, you know? I'm quite fond of a number of different birds. Cassowarius is one of my favorites. The southern cassowary.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Tiny Boss Ginger and their 6 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
Tiny Boss Ginger is also one of my favorite extant species, given that they just raided. Thank you, Tiny Boss Ginger. Thank you very much for the raid. It's good to have you here. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. You were just here in chat, and now you've raided, and I really appreciate that. Dig Deep Mac, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Tiny Boss Ginger, how did your stream go? I hope it was excellent. It's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about my realm of expertise, fossil science, dinosaurs in particular, and trying to educate anyone who will listen about fossil science, about why it's important, why it's interesting, why it's relevant to your everyday life, how understanding the history of life on Earth can help enrich your everyday experience as an intelligent member of society. As a paleontologist, I study fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular. I dig up dinosaur fossils, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I actually make my living streaming about fossil science here on Twitch. So thank you for helping me with that a little bit, Tiny Boss Ginger, with your raid. Again, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Tell me about it. I want to hear how your stream went. Thank you so much for the shout out. My stream went so good. Glad to hear it. I've been trying to get back into TLOU2 again. TLOU2. I don't know what that is, but I hope it's fun. And Club recommended you, and I love everything with dinosaurs, so it was a really easy choice to raid. Well, you were in the right place. Tiny Boss Ginger, you are in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And let me know if you've got any particular questions. We've been talking about this dinosaur Deinonychus, and we keep getting raids and keep getting sidetracked a little bit, so... Eventually, later on in the stream, we'll be talking a little bit about Megalodon sharks, which evolved long after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. And then we'll be talking about how to possibly date dinosaur fossils directly, which will be huge if that turns out to be possible in the future. That'll be a real boon for dinosaur paleobiology. It's a huge if true. Indeed, Claireburg, yeah. Yeah. Swipe right, says A&D Club. When I say date, I mean determine how old they are, which is really important for understanding the history of life on Earth. So yeah. And The Last of Us 2. Wouldn't The Last of Us 1 be The Last of Us? Isn't that kind of like the never-ending story 2 and 3? Like, do you really need a part 2 and 3 if it's never-ending? I don't know. Final Fantasy 29? I'm sorry, wasn't the first one supposed to be the final one? Seems like false advertising to me. But I hope it was fun there. And there you go, Casey's Nowhere. Yeah. I like you, A&D Club. Some more left doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Nearly the last ones, too. The Last of Us 2 should be called Even Fewer. I like that, Lenina. I like that. Even Fewer. It sounds like when Weird Al released that album, you know, Michael Jackson had Bad, and then Weird Al released an album called Even Worse. Yeah. The last but not least of us. There you go, Steely Dan. Yeah. Anyway. Anywho, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. We were talking about Deinonychus, and we were talking about histology, and we were talking about all that good stuff. And, you know, I think it's probably fair at this point to divorce ourselves from these tangents and just get into some fossil news here. What do you think? Is it time for fossil news, chat? I think it could be time for fossil news. And let's see. A quick video of the dust storm set to Darude's sandstorm. Claireburg, the dust storm. Oh, wait, you mean in the field, Claireburg? The dust storm we had in August of this year? I think that'd be cool, but it would probably get copyright struck on YouTube.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Tiny Boss Ginger, holy cow, thank you for subscribing. Holy moly, do I appreciate that. That is a recurring sub right there, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Again, thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. That is what allows me to do this full time, is generous supporters like yourself. So thank you for that. Holy cow. Wow. That is excellent. And oh yeah, and Lenina, shoot, you're right. We should do Metazoa. Thank you for getting my attention there, Lenina. I almost forgot. We don't want to break our streak. Before we get into fossil news,
225 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Dark Tarkanus. Holy cow, thank you for those 35 months of support. Holy cow. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 35 months. That's... It's almost a whole year, isn't it? Dark Tarkanus. I appreciate you. Thank you, Dark Tarkanus. I really do. Holy cow. Yeah. Der Hooch says, do you know Eberhard Dino Frey? I didn't know that his nickname was Dino, but yeah, I know Eberhard Frey. He's a friend of mine's stepdad. He discovered many unknown... That's super cool, Der Hooch. That's super cool. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've met him in person a couple times. But yeah, that's your friend stepdad. That's awesome. Der Hooch. Small world. Small world. Holy cow. Very, very cool. He's a professor in Karlsruhe. Yeah, that's awesome. Here, before we get... my 3D printer is just about to run out of filament, and I don't want this print to fail, so I gotta go change the filament real quick. But let's continue the video that we were just looking at about the Bernisaur iguanodon. In fact, let's start it from the beginning. It's not long. And I will go salvage this 3D print here. This is not from Germany, but from Belgium. But it's still cool. Here, check this out. It also talks a little bit about pyrite disease. But, yeah. Here. I'll be right back.
Bernisaur 1878. I've struck gold, shouted a miner, 322 meters underground, when he discovered a tree trunk filled with glittering ore. In reality, they were bones encrusted with pyrite, a sparkling gold-colored mineral known as fool's gold. A telegram was quickly sent to the Royal Belgian Natural History Museum. The result was 3 exciting years of excavation and the discovery of around 30 dinosaur skeletons, many almost intact. 600 blocks of fossils protected in plaster were transported to Brussels and set up in a former chapel whose high ceiling was perfect for the task of solving the giant 3D puzzle. It was a major discovery for paleontology. For the first time, complete skeletons could show us what dinosaurs actually looked like. The shape of their teeth tells us that they were plant eaters. Their pointed horn-covered thumbs were a powerful defense. And their spine was reinforced by bony tendons which connected the vertebrae. Now we know they normally walked on 4 legs. However, the skeletons that were originally mounted in this upright biped position
if you're feeling a bit
are
cheated,
too fragile
try blaming
to be
the
remounted.
dinosaurs.
Tren?
They're still the largest and best preserved collection of iguanodons in the world. They are the stars of our museum.
Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Now, those iguanodon have pyrite disease, which is something that we have to combat by making sure that you don't have temperature or humidity fluctuations, because that will cause the pyrite inside to expand and contract and then basically explode the fossil slowly. when we as paleontologists or geologists use the phrase explode or dramatic phrases like that, it's yeah, we're used to thinking on a larger, like longer time frame, and so we'll use dramatic words like that even if it's for a slow process. But anyway, yeah. Oh, and here's Mini Pie again. Hello, Mini Pie. Well, well, well. We're gonna do a game of Metazua here. So, as she decides to chew on my ferns over there. Let's get that started. If any of you have not yet seen this, a brief explanation for you. This is a guessing game. It's an online game where you have to guess what the mystery animal of the day is. And you do that using a phylogeny, like an evolutionary family tree. You've got 20 guesses to try and figure out what animal it is out of like several million animal species. So, without further ado, let's get into it.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try and maintain our streak here. So, here's our mystery animal. We'll type a guess into here. I usually like to start with a placental mammal. And, oh, look at that yawn. Look at those teeth. Look at those teeth, Mini Pie. Goodness, should we do a cat for our placental mammal? Should we do a Felis catus? Let's do Felis catus here. What do you think, Minnie? What do you think? Does that sound good? Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Do you want another treat? Is that what you want? Do you want another treat? Yeah. He's making those brush me eyes. I mean, we can do that. Do you want me to get the brush?
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
And Bet Medler, thank you for those 18 months. I do really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, good stuff. Good stuff. And who is trying to get my attention here with the Hey Danny command? Oh, hello. Hello, hello. Thank you, Bet Medler, for your continued support. It does mean a lot to me. Keeps me here on the air. Yeah. Think she turned on your mic? No, it's just this camera. It's been a really buggy thing, Claire Burr. We've been trying to work with for like a week now. And I was... You trying to mess up my ferns? What are you doing? Oh, goodness. Well, let's get into our game of Metazua here. Yeah. I know you're good, Claire. No worries. So, let's try cat. Felis catus. For our first guess. And oh boy. Mini Pie, what are we going to do with this? Don't drink my water. You don't want that. There's ice in it. Stop. No. No. Sorry, wrong button. Stop it. You don't want that. You don't want the ice water. I promised you don't. You wouldn't like it. And holy cow, Jody Fish, thank you for those 5 gift subs there. I do really appreciate that. Holy cow.
Getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
I and those 5 people you just gifted appreciate your generosity there, Jody Fish. We really do. 5 people in chat will no longer have to watch any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you. That is excellent. Yeah. Mini Pie. Oh boy, yeah. Goodness. She is on a tear right now. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm gonna have to vacuum out my whole office and all this cat fur afterward, huh? Huh? You wouldn't bringing that in here. Huh? Don't drink my water. It's got ice in it. You're not gonna like that. You know you don't like ice. You're a menace. Mini Pie. You're incorrigible. What's up with you? Here. Let me brush you for a while. Because I know you really like that, and then you get fed up and you run away. You've had enough. So let's try and do that right now, shall we? There we go. Yeah. There we go. Let's get some of those hairs. Let's get that integument. Let's collect it. There you go. Sit here in my lap and be good. Why is your tail all wet? Did you dip your tail in one of my drinks? You must have. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I'm glad I'm only very mildly allergic to cats, because otherwise I would be miserable right now. All this dander flying everywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna have to vacuum my office again. Again, this evening. How I did yesterday, and the day before, and then again. Keep your fingers out of your eyes. I'll try, Claire Bird. No, I do a pretty good job of that. That's a really easy way to get sick, is to always be touching your eyeballs with your fingers. It's a mucous membrane, chat. You don't want to be... You do not want to be introducing pathogens to that. And oatmeal banana bread, I'm glad you like the music. Yeah. Ouch. You keep those claws retracted, please. Okay? My goodness. She's going nuts. She's going nuts. Okay, so, for Metazoa, let's get back to this. I guessed Felis catus, a cat, and we are nowhere close to a cat with this. The way that this game works is it'll show you the most exclusive clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. And for this, it's deuterostomes. And so let's take a look at our tree of life here, and I can explain that to you. Oh yeah, Mini Pie. You are a deuterostome. I'm a deuterostome too, and so is our mystery animal. But that also includes a ton of other animals. So let's... Yeah, let's go to deuterostomes here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so deuterostomes are all of these critters. Not just the vertebrate animals, not even just bilaterally symmetrical animals. We also have critters like echinoderms, like this urchin. And we've got tunicates as well. Ouch, Mini Pie, ouch. I got those claws sinking into my thigh. Goodness. Yeah. So, since it's not a mammal, and it's not a chordate, it's gotta be... Yeah. Some kind of, echinoderm like this. Starfish and more? Let's search that. Let's search starfish. And see if... Ooh, we're getting closer. That wasn't it. Eleutherozoa, both subphylum of echinoderms. They are mobile animals with the mouth directed toward the substrate, so it could still be an urchin. Echinodermata. Eleutherozoa. There we go. So that includes urchins and sea stars, and also, I guess, brittle stars. So let's try urchin. Let's try sea urchin here. And, oh, it's not quite an urchin, but it's also within Echinoidea. Asteroidea. But it's not a sea star or starfish. Echinozoa. Echinoidea. Well. Could it be a sea pig? What a great name. Echinoidea. Cat hairs flying around in the air. Let's search Echinoidea on our other tree of life here. Let's see where that gets us. Doesn't like that. Echinozoa. But yeah, we're not looking at a sea star here. We're not looking at this sea urchin. There's something else. It could be a... I wonder what a sand dollar is. It looks like it's still within this clade. Yeah, sand dollar. Man, we've got so many species here. But that is still within Echinozoa. It might be a sand dollar. Let's check. I'm like 50% sure this is it. You know what? No, I'm like 60% sure this is it. Let's see.
Hold on to your butts.
That's it. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. All right. We got that in just 4 guesses there. What do you think of that, Mini Pie? Is that pretty good? We got from a cat to a sand dollar in 4 guesses. That's not too shabby. Yeah. Good stuff. Metazoa. Not too shabby. Yeah. You had the same exact guesses as me? Really, Tony's Baby? Nice. Yeah. Here, let's find a quick little video on sand dollars. Oof. Ow. Watch the claws. Hey. And she acts all put upon. Like, there's claws where there's not supposed to be claws. Ouch. She didn't draw blood, did she? No, good. Ugh. Mini Pie. Goodness. Yeah. Here, let's take a look at this about sand dollars. Oh, these videos are great.
It's a beachcomber's prize. But this sand dollar is just an empty husk, a skeleton.
Yep.
This is what sand dollars really look like.
When they're alive, yeah.
Off the coast of California, Pacific sand dollars snuggle up together, like a big pile of purple sea cookies. They're fuzzy, almost cuddly. But look closer. That fuzz is actually made up of tiny spines. Thousands thousands of them.
Isn't this cool? So this is, again, our channel is called Paleontologizing, and it's primarily about fossil science, but fossil science requires us to look at modern creatures as well in order to make comparisons and figure out the fossils of extinct animals. We have to use modern animals as kind of the key. We use the present as the key to the past. That's what a big part of what paleontology is, you know? And I love showing that off here. I love seeing that in the chat. Like multiple people saying like, oh, I've never seen what a sand dollar looks like in life. Here you go, you know? It's wonderful how all of these different aspects of science kind of come together like this. Modern biology, oceanic zoology, paleontology, geology, taphonomy, it all comes together. It's integrative. Modern science is very integrative, using different modes of evidence from different fields to try and learn about the natural world. This is what it's all about, you know? And Shugas50, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Howdy, howdy.
Long and spiky.
Yeah.
Others rounder. Mixed in are...
¿Y eres de España? Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing y bienvenidos de la área de la Bahía de San Francisco. Soy Dani Anduza, soy un paleontólogo. Y otra vez, bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Okay, let's continue with our discussion of sand dollars.
That fuzz is actually made up of tiny spines.
Yeah.
Thousands of them. Some long and spiky, others rounder. Mixed in are miniature tube feet with grabby little suckers on the ends.
Pretty cool.
They use them to meticulously sift the sand and pass the grains down the line until they reach the sand dollar's mouth. At the very center of its underside, buried under all those spines.
How many of you might have a sand dollar at home right now on a shelf or in a box or... and you had no idea that this is what the animal looks like when it's alive? So cool, right? Yeah.
Sand dollars eat sand. They're after the algae and bacteria that coat the grains.
Very cool.
And these sand dollars can also stand themselves up on their sides to use the long spines around their edges to trap tiny plankton floating by.
Nice.
So what about that part that looks like a flower with 5 petals?
Ooh, this is a wonderful example of what we call radial symmetry. Echinoderms, this whole group of animals, they have this same thing where they've got like a central point in the middle and all these points radiating out from that. So urchins are like this, sand dollars are like this, crinoids are like this. Radial symmetry.
It's called the petaloid. They have special tube feet there that help the sand dollar breathe, absorbing oxygen out of the water. You can see that same 5-point body plan on the skeletons of their relatives, like starfish and sea urchins.
See?
In fact, sand dollars are just a type of flat sea urchin. But while their cousins prefer the rocky shore, chock full of life and spots to hide, sand dollars don't have such a cozy place to live.
They like the sand.
They're at the mercy of what's basically an undersea desert, thrashed and sandblasted. So being flat is an advantage.
Yeah.
They're sleeker, streamlined against the powerful currents. And they have another scrupulous solution for staying put. Not all sand is the same.
Oh, lots of different kinds of
some
sand.
Extra heavy grains. They're made of magnetite.
Oh, very cool.
Ore. Scientists think that as they grow, young sand dollars sort them out and swallow them, grain after grain. The heavy ore builds up inside their bodies and helps weigh them down to the sea floor.
This is really, really cool, in my opinion. That this organism, this animal right here, is able to sift out those bits of sand that are heavier and then ingest them to keep itself weighted down to the ocean floor. That's really, really cool.
At the California Academy of Sciences in
Yeah! San
researchers
Francisco.
used X-rays of sand dollars to look for it. See those bright white areas? Those are the pockets of magnetite.
That's super cool.
That's how these tireless little creatures can hack it. Out here in such turbulent waters where most other things can't. Turns out, it takes a lot of work just to lay around.
Pretty neat. Pretty neat.
Want to know how we got so up close and personal with those sand dollars?
Here's a
Follow
link to
us
this
over
video.
to Patreon for a very seaworthy behind-the-scenes video.
Yeah.
Join our community on Patreon to
So, sand dollars are not the only animals to utilize heavy bits of mineral in order to help them stay under the water. Check this out. This is from the series Prehistoric Planet,
This bay has something that few others can provide.
and these are elasmosaurs, Tyrannosaurus in particular. So these here are not dinosaurs, but they're a kind of ocean-going reptile called a plesiosaur, or more specifically, an elasmosaur, or more specifically than that, Tyrannosaurus is the particular genus. So not dinosaurs, but they lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. But they lived in the oceans, while dinosaurs lived on land. And in order to stay in the oceans and keep from bobbing up to the surface, they would do this.
Pebbles that are particularly smooth, hard, and rounded. They've been worn by the action of river water, but they're hard to find. Here, however, in the pool at the bottom of the waterfall, there are plenty of them, and the tyrannosaurs can take...
Oh boy, and the closed captioning got this wrong on YouTube. Not tyrannosaurs, Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus. There we go. Yeah, from New Zealand, I believe. Yeah. Very cool. There's a skeleton of one at I think it's in a museum in New Zealand. But yeah, cool stuff.
Can take their pick. Here, however, in the pool at the bottom of the waterfall, there are plenty of them, and the tyrannosaurs can take their pick.
Makeaway says, did they eat rocks, lol? Yes. Literally, yes. No joke. Yeah. Yeah. They're not eating them for nutritional purposes. They're eating them, we think, in order to weigh themselves down. Because these are air-breathing animals. They're breathing in air. They've got to go up to the surface to breathe, just like a sea turtle or just like a whale. But when you've got air in your lungs, that makes you more buoyant. And so there's a natural tendency for you to just go whoop and float up to the surface. So in order to guard against that, to combat that natural buoyancy that they have as air-breathing animals, we think they swallowed stones like this in order to help keep them neutrally buoyant. So they could swim up to the top, to the surface, or they could swim down, or they could just, you know, if they stop swimming, they basically just stay there neutrally buoyant in the water column. We see similar behavior in crocodilians today. I think certain crocodiles will swallow stones in order to help weigh them down. Yeah, and they'll not poop them out. Those will stay in their body their whole lives, Sparky Pugwash. Yeah. Watch this.
They do something rather remarkable. They swallow them.
I love this. Look at that. Look at that bulge right there. Watch it right here and follow it down.
Rather remarkable.
Yeah.
They swallow them. They need the stones to act both as ballast and as gizzard stones, gastroliths, which will remain in their stomachs to grind up their unchewed food.
Yep. But they've got to find particularly smooth rocks so they don't end up, you know, rupturing their esophagus or anything. So yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, we got through Metazoa, we got through some other stuff. Why don't we get into some fossil news here? Let's talk about Megalodon, as promised. So without further ado, let's fire up the fossil news machine. Here we go. It's fossil news. Our first story today. Megalodon may have been more slender than previously thought. You might be familiar with Megalodon already. Megalodon is the largest carnivorous shark that has ever lived, as far as we know. Pretty big. Estimates of its exact size vary significantly. But reconstructed jaws of this animal show that it would have been pretty large. Again, we don't actually have fossil jaws of this creature. We have teeth and we have a few vertebrae. The teeth are enormous. They're like this. They are huge. But do those teeth, are they proportionally the same size in reference to the rest of the animal, like on a white shark? Or did Megalodon just have really big honking teeth? We don't necessarily know. You know? And Gene says, how do we know those aren't tiny people? I need a banana to compare. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, is this like what happened to Dunkleosteus? Yes, except the opposite, Casey Snowart. Except the opposite. And since I have to go run to the bathroom, let me find you a video that I made about Megalodon and how big it was. This was years ago. There we go. How big was Megalodon? This is back before I'd ever heard of Twitch.tv. I was still trying to do science outreach on YouTube, and it honestly wasn't going as well as it could have. There's a reason why I switched to Twitch after I moved away from Montana. But yeah, here's a video that I put together. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick, and I will let previously recorded Danny entertain and engage you here as I do that. How big was Megalodon? Let's see.
Hey there, this is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza. And this is the Query Cage, where I answer questions from you, the viewers. Alright, so Mark also asked, how could they determine how big the Megalodon was if it was a water dweller? Like, where would you find their remains? Ooh, so this is a question about Carcharocles megalodon, which is a giant shark, think maybe like a great white on steroids, which went extinct about 2.5 million years ago. So there are a couple of interesting points in Mark's question. First off, why do we even have fossil remains of an ocean animal if we usually dig up fossils on land? Well, fossils of sea megalodon have been found in places like
California, South Africa, Japan, Argentina, Australia, all over the world. And those fossils are often found on land. You see, when C. Megalodon was alive, sea levels were a bit higher than they are today, and many of these areas were covered with seawater. This is especially true of places like Florida, where there are a lot of fossil shark teeth that get found, including Megalodon teeth.
That's because, until fairly recently, Florida was mostly underwater.
And even today, most of the state is only about 15 feet above sea level. Now, regardless of whether or not you personally accept the scientific consensus about global warming, you really can't deny that low-lying cities like Miami are already starting to get swamped by rising sea levels. All the evidence tells us that if we don't do something soon to fight global warming, then we're going to lose a lot of Florida in the next couple hundred years. And the whole world could end up looking a lot more like it did back when Megalodon was swimming around. But let's get to the second part of the question. How do we really know how Carcharocles Megalodon really was? Well, the real answer is...
And yeah, Sir Caffeine, yeah.
We don't really know. Now, I don't work on sharks, so hopefully I don't butcher this. But you see, one of the weird things about sharks is that their skeletons are mostly made of cartilage.
Yep.
And cartilage is usually pretty bad at fossilizing. Nearly all of the fossils we have of Megalodon are some vertebrae and a lot of teeth. Near as I can tell, it's usually the teeth that get used for estimating how big the shark was.
Estimates vary pretty widely, ranging from about 10 meters, or about 35 feet, all the way up to 30 meters, or close to 100 feet long. The truth is probably somewhere in between there.
The assumption being that if it had big honkin' teeth, then it probably had big honkin' everything else too. Now, as somebody who doesn't actually work on sharks, I've often wondered, is that really a safe assumption to make?
Yeah, honestly.
What if Megalodon just had comically large teeth?
And the proportions of this animal, the assumptions that have been made about the proportions of the animal are now being called into question in this new paper, which is why we're talking about this today.
Maybe the way to finally solve this mystery is just to find a really good vertebral series in association with a bunch of good teeth. That way we can finally know how big this animal was without any of the guesswork. Somebody's going to do that someday, and maybe it'll be some young, bright person watching this video right now.
Yeah. And Le Petit says, so it's smaller? No. It might actually be that it's larger. Let's talk about it. And here's a link to that video there in case anybody's curious. Yeah. So, Megalodon may have been more slender than previously thought and also potentially longer. The megatooth shark, Otodus megalodon, or Carcharocles megalodon, depending on who you ask. We used to call it Carcharodon megalodon because we thought it was in the same genus as a good old white shark. We used to think it was here in this genus. Along with the white shark. But is Otodus extant? Are there any extant? No, there aren't. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't really matter that much. Although if you're super curious, let's see. Oh, holy cow, that's cool. Oh, hang on. No, never mind. Oh well, whatever. The whole point is
Yeah, this critter that we used to think was very, very similar to great white sharks today, except just supersized. The more we study it, when I say we, I'm talking about the scientific we. I'm talking about other paleontologists, colleagues of mine. The more colleagues of mine discover or learn about this animal, the more that they discover that it's probably not just a supersized great white shark. It's distinct in a lot of ways. The megatooth shark, Otodus megalodon, which likely reached at least 15 meters in total length, that's like 50 feet, is an iconic extinct shark represented primarily by its gigantic teeth in the Neogene fossil record. This ancient species is largely known only from its teeth and vertebrae in the fossil record, like previously recorded Danny showed you. This ancient species, thus the living great white shark has traditionally been used as a model for the body form of Otodus megalodon in previous studies. The new study, however, illuminates that Otodus megalodon had a body form that was more elongated than the great white shark. Interesting, so longer and skinnier. This creature is typically portrayed as a supersized monster in popular culture, with recent examples in the sci-fi films, like The Meg, if you've seen that. I was unfortunate enough to have seen that film and did not enjoy it. I felt... oh boy. What a stupid movie. Anyway. Yeah. But I don't know, other people think they're fun, and that's fine, you know? Not gonna yuck their yum there. Previous estimates assume that the shark likely reached lengths of at least 15 meters. However, Otodus megalodon is largely known from its teeth and vertebrae in the fossil record, a rather incomplete set of data from which to draw assumptions. Thus, the modern great white shark was traditionally used as a model for Otodus megalodon bodies in previous studies. This model led paleontologists to conclude that the shark was round and stocky like great whites. And I did the same thing in this video.
Probably somewhere in between.
Where those are white shark silhouettes that I use here.
The truth is...
and turns out that might be totally wrong. Yeah. Previous research depicted the shark species with a stocky body shape like that of the white shark and other laminid species. But with the new study disputing this body shape interpretation, said Dr. Mikhail Severson, a researcher at the Western Australian Museum, the mismatch between the stocky builds of Otodus megalodon in published paleoartistic reconstructions and the surprisingly small diameter of the largest known vertebral centra of this species has bothered me for a long time. And I love this, because they're not just looking at the teeth, they're looking at the vertebrae too, and they're going, those vertebrae are not super wide. They're actually kind of skinny. What does that mean? What does that mean? The species, in fact, had an unusually slender vertebral column, which is at odds with previous reconstructions depicting Megalodon as a girthy shark. The only fossil material available of this enormous shark comprises associated dentitions, so teeth, a relatively complete vertebral column, and isolated vertebrae and shed teeth. Although we have a very good idea about the size of the mouth from associated dentitions, seemingly including all tooth positions, other anatomical features such as the shape of the fins and tail are unknown. It was refreshing to see such broad and strong support among my peers for a more strictly evidence-based view on the anatomy of this iconic species of extinct shark. Going forward, any meaningful discussion on the anatomy of this shark, other than the size and robustness of the jaws, would require the discovery of more or less complete skeletons. So this is a silhouette that's proposed for Carcarcles megalodon, or Otodus megalodon, the megalodon shark, based on previous estimates. but a revised body shape here, put forth in this paper, shows it being longer and more slender. Which also means sizing it up a little bit, too. And, I don't know, in terms of just the cool factor here, I mean, this honestly kind of makes it cooler, doesn't it? Pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah. And Petite says, I like the revised body shape. Looks much better, too. Yeah. I'm glad you like it. That's the thing about science, though, is it doesn't really matter if we like it or not. It just matters what comports with the evidence. What actually fits with the information that we know. That's what's important. That's what we get excited about as scientists. But it's nice, too, that usually the truth turns out to be cooler than fiction. In paleontology. So, yeah. Our team re-examined the fossil record and discovered that Otodus megalodon was more slender and possibly even longer than we thought. Therefore, a better model might be the modern mako shark, said Dr. Philip Stearns, a researcher at the University of California, Riverside. It still would have been a formidable predator at the top of the ancient marine food chain, but would have behaved differently based on this new understanding of its body. So I guess sharks with different body shapes have got different modes of predation. They've got different specialties. Some might be pursuit predators, some might be ambush predators, some might be able to sustain high speeds for a longer time. I don't know enough about sharks to be able to tell you off the top of my head what a longer and more slender body shape would entail for the animal's lifestyle. But I can tell you it'd be something. I just don't know what exactly. And despite the major scientific advancement in our new study, the fact that we still don't know exactly how Otodus megalodon looked keeps our imagination going, said DePaul University's Professor Kenshu Shimada. The continued mystery like this makes paleontology, the study of prehistoric life, a fascinating and exciting scientific field. I couldn't agree more. The study was published in the journal Paleontologia Electronica. And here we go. And unfortunately, oh boy, it is closed. It's paywalled. I thought Paleontologia Electronica was open access, but I guess it's not? Shoot. Let me see if I can potentially work some magic here. Ooh, not looking good so far. Excuse me. PDF version. No, there it is. Why does it say paywalled? It's not paywalled. It is open access. And here is a link right here. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. White shark comparison reveals a slender body for the extinct megatooth shark, Otodus megalodon. And that is a huge list of authors there. Holy cow. Do I know any of these people personally? No, I don't. Huh. Not dinosaur people. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool stuff. Let's take a quick look through this paper. Discrepancy in jaw size. The ratio of the anterior-posterior upper jaw length to the largest vertebral diameter in two specimens of extant white sharks we measured from CT images. Let's put 8.3. 10.6. This means the jaw size in the 3D skeletal model is oversized relative to the vertebrae if the extant white shark is used. That's interesting. So they're basically just looking at the ratio between the tooth size and jaw size and the size of the vertebrae. And this is some solid, fairly basic, but solid science. These are like low-hanging research fruit that they have plucked here for the sake of this publication, and I'm glad they did. This is some good stuff. Yeah, so this is not what you should think of as the size and shape of Megalodon. Think longer and slimmer. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Yeah. Really neat. Let me catch up to chat here. Yeah. And Horns fan says, it feels like I see paleontology news a lot more often recently. My first thought is usually, I wonder what Danny will say about this. Well, I'm glad you're here, Horns fan, because here we are saying things about it. Yeah. And you've met one of those people. Oh, cool, Diagonal. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. And Sir Caffeine says, what if it was just a female or juvenile specimen? You know, I'm not sure if female sharks tend to be smaller than males. I would maybe guess they would tend to be larger, given that they're the ones who bear the young. Yeah. Here, let's see in white sharks. Let's see. Anatomy and appearance. Size. There we go. In great white sharks, sexual dimorphism is present, and females are generally larger than males. This was my guess, and I'm glad that turned out to be correct there. Yeah. In a lot of animals that aren't mammals, the females tend to be larger than the males. Yeah. Male great whites on average measure 3.4 to 4 meters, 11 to 13 feet in length, while females measure 4.6 to 4.9 meters, 15 to 16 feet. Although sometimes they get larger than this too. Like that one there caught off Cuba in 1945, which is allegedly 21 feet long. This would be like a world record. Yeah. Although later studies proved the specimen to be in the normal size range at around 16 feet in length. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, anyway. Cool stuff. Let's read the conclusions here real quick. Cooper et al.'s 2022 3D reconstruction work is novel, but because the fundamental assumptions and accuracy of their 3D skeletal and body reconstructions are questionable in the first place, their entire conclusions about the lifestyle of Megalodon, based on their 3D reconstruction, must also be considered questionable. In fact, their conclusion that Megalodon was a fast or long-distance swimmer, like the extant white shark, is logically circular because their body reconstruction of the fossil shark was based on the fast-swimming regionally endothermic laminids, including the white shark with known long-distance travel records. The reality is that there is currently no scientific support for Cooper et al.'s or any of the previously published body forms of Megalodon. Furthermore, our results indicate that the previously published Megalodon's possible maximum body size estimates of 15 to 20 meters, as well as its ontogenetic growth model, based on the extant white shark, are likely underestimated. They're saying the shark was even bigger. We must acknowledge that without direct fossil evidence, such as a complete skeleton, extrapolation over 100 million years of odontid or laminiform evolution, and uniquely off-the-scale gigantism of Megalodon among macrophagous laminiform sharks, make the direct comparison of body forms, even within laminiformes, extremely challenging. I like that they kind of come out swinging in the conclusions and say, like, you know, this other paper, their estimates are based on bad data, but they're also saying, let's also pump the brakes a little bit and say how little we really know about this animal. And good on them for saying that, you know? I'm not a shark paleontologist, so I very distinctly do not have a horse in this fight. But it's cool to see. it's cool to see. Yeah. And Tomas says, so like Dunkleosteus, it was oversized? No, this is the opposite of Dunkleosteus, Tomas. Dunkleosteus was shortened in a recent paper. Those authors are claiming that the animal was actually shorter and stockier. These authors in this paper are saying that Megalodon would have been longer and more slender than has been previously estimated. So they're embiggening this animal. So the opposite of Dunkleosteus. Yeah. So yeah. And hey Logan, welcome back. It's good to see you here. And Horns fan says, this seems a little harsh to single out another author like that in the literature. I appreciate the directness. I don't know. Sometimes in science, people are a little too precious about ideas and about being polite, and I think in some ways that kind of hampers scientific progress. You know, we could still be colleagues at the end of the day if somebody calls me out and says, hey Danny, you were wrong about this in a paper. You know, science is about finding out what's true and what's not, you know? It's not about being 1000% kumbaya at all times, you know? If something is factually wrong, you know, it pays to point that out. That's kind of what we live for as scientists in a certain way. Like, and it can still be cordial, but direct. You know? Yeah, here. Here's kind of an apocryphal story from a scientist about one such time in which this happened. I'll read it for you here. It goes like this. There was an elderly professor in my department, and he had been passionately keen on a particular theory for a number of years. One day, an American visiting researcher came, and he completely and utterly disproved our old man's hypothesis. The old man and oh boy, hang on, this is not. Yeah. No, here. I'm trying to find like the longer version of this, which was worded cooler. Where was that? Oh goodness. Hang on a minute. Not here either. Goodness. Google has just gotten worse and worse and worse over the past year. It's like almost impossible to find this. Yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll just go with this one. Yeah, it goes, I do remember one formative influence in my undergraduate life. There was an elderly professor in my department who had been passionately keen on a particular scientific idea for a number of years. And one day, an American visiting researcher came and he
I'm
completely...
here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Mermaid PR, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, this, like, elder statesman in the scientific field had this idea that he had been passionately advocating for like, decades, I suppose. And then one day, at, like, a department seminar, this visiting researcher shows up from the United States. He gives a talk to, you know, this gathering of scientists and just completely disproves the old man's idea. The old man strode to the front shook his hand and said, "My dear fellow, I wish to thank you. I have been wrong these 15 years. And we all clapped our hands raw. That was the scientific ideal of somebody who had a lot invested, a lifetime almost invested in a theory, and he was rejoicing that he'd been shown wrong and that scientific truth had been advanced. That is how science is supposed to work. At the end of the day, we're all on the same team. As scientists, we're all trying to figure out how the natural world works. We're trying to learn about the reality of nature. And so you might be particularly passionate about a particular idea, but if it turns out that the evidence doesn't fit with it, as a scientist, you need to be okay with that. And ideally, you should celebrate that. So there you go. Science is bigger than the ego. Exactly, Emily. Exactly. Wrong button, sorry. There we go. But yeah. And hydrate. Thank you, Claire Burr, for the hydrate there. Yeah. But yeah. Before 2021, I think it's the search string. Yeah, thanks, Casey's No Art. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. And Rhagodactylus says we should be striving to live up to those kinds of Mertonian norms. I'm not even familiar with that. What name is that you're referencing there, Rhagodactylus? But in practice, so many institutional incentives reinforce the wrong things. This is true, Rhagodactylus. This is true. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, really, really cool paper about Megalodon here. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not this holds up. Whether or not other researchers in the field find this work to be useful. And if they find that it actually fits with what they observe from the fossil record. This is cool. This is cool. Yeah. Oh, and Sparky Pelgrim says the Mertonian norms are community, universalism, disinterestedness, and organized skepticism. I like that, Sparky Pugwash. I'm not familiar with this. Robert Merton, a sociologist of science. Cool, Rhagodactylus. Okay. Clearly, I've got some more reading to do on this. My. Yeah. There you go, Rhako. Nice. Nice. Let's see if we can find a quick video on this, maybe. No. At least not Mertonism doesn't yield anything. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about this to be able to select a good video and make sure that it's relevant. So, we're going to skip that for now. But, interesting stuff. Sorry, wrong button. Yeah, and somebody was commenting on the logo for Paleontologia Electronica. That's actually a trilobite right there, which is a different kind of crustacean from an isopod. But yeah. Good stuff. Again, if any of you would like to read this paper, here is a link. Good stuff. I like that they included this figure, too. That really does add something. That's cool. Yeah. So, yeah. And yeah, Casey Snower, I agree with you about that. Disinterestedness, just the sound of that word, it does sound very counter to how scientists are. I guess what it means is level-headedness, or a kind of almost like stoicism about emotions, which is, it's weird because the most passionate, driven, enthusiastic people that I know in the whole world are all scientists. And I think some of the very best scientists are some of the very most passionate people. But when we say disinterested in that sense, it doesn't mean that we have a lack of interest. It doesn't mean that we're blasé about things. It doesn't mean that we're bored or that we're not passionate about what we do, but rather that we try and remove our personal passions from the logical process, I guess. We can be extremely passionate about finding out the truth, but we try and remove that passion from how we determine what is true or not, if that makes sense. You might be really, really fond of a particular idea, but you have to be dispassionate about it when you're actually evaluating it. You're looking at whether or not it comports with the evidence. So being passionate about finding out what is true, but dispassionate, not super emotional about evaluating the facts, if that makes sense. Yeah. And adding ness to a concept in English is like adding isimo to something in Spanish, yes or no? Ongoy? That's a good question, Ongoy. Yeah, I would say so. Grammatically, yes. I would say that's... I think that's true, Ongoy. Yeah, yeah. Removing personal biases for facts. There you go, Sparky Pugwash. That's the ideal. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And Casey Snowart says, case in point, I'm trying to be disinterested in the fact that Dracorex is probably not its own species, despite it being my favorite dinosaur discovery a few years ago. There you go, Casey Snowart. Yeah, yeah. And a few years ago, that was like 2006 that Dracorex was named, right? It was a while ago. Yeah, I'm not crying, you're crying. Yeah. That's the thing. It's not that Dracorex doesn't exist. It's just that that's how cool Pachycephalosaurus looked at an immature stage. Like, the animal itself, it just has a different name. That's all it is, you know? So yeah, yeah. 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 And that's pretty cool. Only started paying attention a couple years ago to dinosaur news. Well, and now you're here, Casey Snowart. That's awesome. Yeah. It's so great to have you here. Holy cow. And Thing says, do you know anyone studying marine invertebrates? I do. Or the Silurian period? The Silurian, not so much. I have some colleagues at Berkeley who are studying the end Ordovician extinction. But that's before the Silurian. So yeah, the Ordovician-Silurian boundary, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, anywho. And Celtic Elephant, welcome back to you too. It's good to see you. Yeah. Is there something in particular that you're wondering about, Thing? Or, yeah, let me know, Thing 1 of 2. Yeah. So cool. We talked about Megalodon. Now, let's talk about this. This is some pretty exciting stuff. Let's see if I can find a press release for this before we just jump straight into the article itself. Nope, we don't have press for it yet. Well, here's the article. In situ, U-PB dating, that's uranium-lead dating, of Jurassic dinosaur bones from the Sichuan Basin, South China. Before we get into this, we've actually got to do some groundwork. I've got to explain what radiometric dating is. And I know lots of people are going to be making jokes about dating this and swipe left, swipe right, and that's fair. You can make those jokes. But let's lay some groundwork and let me explain how that sort of thing works. We've watched this video a few times before. We're going to watch it again, because it's the best one that I've found that helps explain how radioisotope dating works. So, let's get into it. I've been here before to Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. Very disappointing, you know? It turns out, do you know these are sculpted? Or like chiseled out of there? It's not even natural, you know? Someone just came and defaced this side of this mountain. It's a big old bunch of graffiti. Anyway, but there's some pretty cool rocks that they did it too, which makes it even more disappointing. But yeah.
The carving of Mount Rushmore was completed in 1941, but the rocks it was carved into were completed quite a bit earlier than that.
Yep.
1.7 billion years ago.
And then you've got these kids that come along and they decide that they're gonna just ruin it and put these guys' faces on it. Duh. Anyway. I thought they were giant men who got caught by Medusa. No, you were lied to like I was, Sparky Pugwash. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
How does a geologist know that? And how do they know that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old? The answer is
that's very cool thing. That's very, very cool. So I learned period by studying maps and identifying species. Oh, that's super cool thing. I'm trying to arrange a dig at some point. I'm self-taught and isolated, so I'm hoping to find someone with more experience to talk to. Can I ask which country or region you are in thing? Wait, were you telling me that you're up in Michigan? Or Illinois or somewhere? I'm trying to remember. But, yeah. Anyway, I bet you can find some people thing. Yeah. Oh, Southern Ontario. Oh, okay. Have you reached out to the ROM yet, to the Royal Ontario Museum? You probably have. That's going to be your best bet for finding somebody who could assist you with that. But anyway, let's continue.
Called radiometric dating.
Radiometric dating.
Tell the age of certain types of rock. Radiometric dating relies on the fact that certain elements have what are called isotopes. These are versions of the atom with extra neutrons in them. Each radioactive isotope decays at a consistent rate. These measurements give us something called the half-life, or the amount of time it takes for 1/2 of the isotope to decay. When an isotope's half-life is up, half your original element will be gone, transformed into a different isotope.
Or topes, yeah, HD.
And you're down to 1/4 of your original.
So again, Half-Life. You probably know this video game series with Morgan Freeman. Yeah. This video game series, Half-Life. You're all on Twitch. You're familiar with this, right? That's where that name comes from, Half-Life. With Morgan Freeman. Sorry, Dr. Freeman. Mayor Space, yeah. Yeah. That's where this term comes from. A half-life of radioactive isotope is when half of it has decayed into another isotope. Now, here we go. Yeah.
Of certain types of rock. Radiometric dating relies on the fact that certain elements have what are called isotopes. These are versions of the atom with extra neutrons in them. Each radioactive isotope decays at a consistent rate. These measurements give us something called the half-life, or the amount of time it takes for 1/2 of the isotope to decay.
So picture it like an hourglass. You turn it over, and then you know how long it takes for all the sand to go through the hourglass. And so when half of it's gone, you can say, oh, it's been 30 minutes or something like that. For like the classic hourglass, it takes an hour. When half of it's gone, it's been half an hour. So you can kind of use that to tell time. You can tell how long it's been since that hourglass got turned over. That's how a half-life works, or something like this. Yeah, like the days of our lives. Exactly, HD and HP. Yeah, and all my children.
Isotope's half-life is up. Half your original element will be gone, transformed into a different isotope. Another half-life and you're down to 1/4 of your original amount. A half-life after that and you're down to 1/8, and so on. The length of a half-life is different for every isotope. If you wait for enough half-lives to pass, you'll have a hard time detecting any of your original material. So to date something relatively recent, you want an isotope that decays quickly. To go older, you want an isotope that decays very slowly.
And so this is why we can't use carbon-14. We can't use carbon dating to date dinosaur fossils. Is because all of the carbon-14 is already gone. Like, the half-life of carbon-14 is way too short for fossils that are 60 million years old or older, you know? The last of the non-bird dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago. And so carbon-14, useless for that. Yeah.
The term carbon dating refers to dating using carbon-14, which we mentioned earlier. It has a half-life of 5,700 years, and most of it will be gone by about 50,000 years. To date things that are older than that, you want an isotope that decays very slowly. Uranium-238 has a half-life of 4.5 billion years. So it can be used to date things as old as the solar system itself. How do we use this to get the age of something? The unstable radioactive element that you use is called the parent, and the stable, happy isotope you end up with is called the daughter.
And I guess the parent here has a mustache?
Parent. And the stable, happy isotope you end up with is called the daughter.
The daughter has a smartphone.
If the only source of the daughter isotope is the decay of the parent. You also need a rock that behaves a bit like a sealed time capsule, preventing daughter isotopes from leaving and keeping new parent isotopes from wandering in. That way, if you end up with half daughter and half parent isotopes, you know that one half-life has gone by, since the rock kept everything locked into the same place. Certain minerals form a tinker toy-like cage around any larger isotopes. This locks everything in place and makes for an excellent time capsule. Zircon crystals, for example, can trap atoms of radioactive uranium inside them, as well as its daughter isotope, lead. So, measure the proportion of uranium to lead in a zircon crystal, and you can figure out when it must have formed. Take this.
And this is exactly what they did in this paper here. Uranium decaying into lead, in situ uranium-lead dating of Jurassic dinosaur bones in the Sichuan Basin. But what's super cool about this is that they're actually able to date those bones directly, which has not been possible before for dinosaurs. So if this turns out to work and be applicable across a wide variety of different examples, then this could be huge for determining how old particular dinosaurs were. Really, really cool. Here, let's continue.
Uranium to lead in a zircon crystal, and you can figure out when it must have formed. Take this tiny zircon, for example, which would fit comfortably on the head of a pin. Believe it or not, this tiny zircon, which comes from Western Australia, is the oldest piece of Earth we've ever found. It's an absolutely mind-blowing 4.4 billion years old.
That's so cool.
It comes from when the Earth was only 150 million years after its formation. The zircon...
How many Australians do we have in chat right now, by the way? Because this comes from your beautiful country here, from Jack Hills in Australia. The oldest piece of planet Earth we have ever found. You should feel very, very proud of that. Yes. Australia, we love you. There you go, miscreation. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff indeed.
The Earth was only 150 million years after its formation. The zircon was dated using two different isotopes of uranium, uranium-235 and uranium-238. This provided a built-in cross-check, as you had two different clocks keeping time within the crystal. Whichever clock you look at, they give the same result. The uranium's been trapped in that zircon since it formed 4.4 billion years ago.
That's so cool that they can cross-check it with different radioactive isotopes. Where, like, you can look, you've got multiple hourglasses in there, and you can use those in order to, like, pinpoint exactly how, like, the measurements from those agree with one another. That's so cool. That's so cool.
Most dating techniques only work with certain types of rock. You can tell when lava erupted, for example, but can't figure out when sandstone formed.
That is super, super important for today's discussion as well. So in order to date rocks before, in order to figure out how old a certain dinosaur was, you had to find its bones near a volcanic ash layer. And so maybe it's 10 meters below a volcanic ash. And you can date the ash layer, and you go, well, this dinosaur died sometime before this volcanic eruption. But you don't have an exact date on when the animal died, when its bones were buried. You could just say, well, it was before this volcanic eruption here that we can date directly. Sedimentary rocks like sandstones, mudstones, siltstones, shales, we can't date those directly because it's really hard to find zircons in them. Until now, apparently. We'll get into the paper.
That's because the sandstone doesn't trap isotopes in the Tinker Toy-like cages that we mentioned earlier. Because there are other ways to tell how old things are in the world, we can compare those results with radiometric dating and show that they match. Trees, for example, put down a new ring each year they grow, and you can count backwards and figure out how old the tree is. You can also use carbon dating to figure out how old a particular ring on the tree is. Just like trees, ice in the Antarctic lays down a new layer each year, creating a similar ringed pattern. We can then compare that to the dates given by rocks trapped in the ice and show that they also match. If radiometric dating weren't reliable, we'd see differences between the results generated by it and those generated by these other methods. Fortunately, radiometric dating is reliable, which means if we go to Mount Rushmore, we know we can touch rocks that are 1.7 billion years old.
Pretty cool stuff. And I'll give you a link to this video right here. Excellent. And I should give that a thumbs up, because I've watched this video multiple times and I haven't thumbsed it up yet. Science Stream says, how off do you think the ash dating method could be off by? It depends. So, ideally, in the ideal circumstance, when you find an exciting new dinosaur, you're trying to figure out how old it is, ideally, you'll find it sandwiched between maybe a volcanic ash layer above and a volcanic ash layer below. Hopefully without too much time in between there. So you get a really nice range for how old this animal was. But sometimes, like in the case of Tyrannosaurus macraensis that we were talking about last week, we only have an ash date for below it, I think. They didn't have one from immediately above. And so we've got like a nice like floor for how old it could be. Or a nice ceiling for how old it could be, I guess. But it might actually be more recent, like, yeah, we don't have it neatly sandwiched in between. So it depends. Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Washington and Lincoln. Who are the others on Rushmore? Dan the BC Man. Let me look. Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, and Jefferson, I believe. Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt. Yeah. Should have had a Franklin Delano Roosevelt too, but he was currently president, I think, at the time that. And I think the guy who carved this wasn't a fan of FDR. He's a weird guy, from what I understand. But yeah. But yeah. And I agree, Rhachodactylus, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. So let's take a look at our new paper now. Which is, thankfully, open access. Here, let's see, let's open that up. Wait, supplementary material. That's not what I wanted. Wait, what do we... No, that's not what I want. Don't do this to me. Buy this article? What? It's... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It appears we've been paywalled here. Everybody? Not ideal. Not ideal. Click on the PDF icon to access. I used to be a member of GSA, the Geological Society of America. Have they really paywalled this? Click on the PDF icon to open. Oh boy. Well, here's a link in case anybody happens to be a GSA member. You can access it through there, but buy this article. Nope, I don't have $25 to spend on a portable document file. The supplementary information, the sup info, is not paywalled apparently. But this one seems to be. Hang on, let me try something here. Let me try something here. Hang on a second. Let's see, looking. Alright, let's try some back doors here. Translate to English. Submission link.
Access denied.
Well, that's no good. Sorry about that, chat. We won't be able to look at the original paper, apparently. It's got the little green icon that shows us that we should be able to access it, but it only brings up the sup info. So that is unfortunate. Yeah. Oh well. Darn. It's funny, like, the fact that it's not open access makes me kind of almost doubt the conclusions of the paper. Where it's like, if this really was as exciting as they're claiming, wouldn't they want the whole world to know it? Wouldn't they make it open access? Oh boy. Indrax says, this is why scholars are so... Oh yeah, definitely. It's not like we eat ramen for, you know, 2 meals every day. Let's just look at the abstract, I guess, because that's what we're relegated to here. This is what academia has come to. Direct dating of vertebrate fossils is difficult due to complex post-burial diagenetic processes and often low and heterogeneous concentration of radioisotopes. For instance, uranium and fossilized bone material. Here we demonstrate a novel approach to dating vertebrate fossils via laser ablation. Inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry, uranium-lead dating of early diagenetic calcite cements precipitated within bone cavities of a Jurassic sauropod from the Sichuan Basin, South China. Early diagenetic calcite yielded a uranium-lead age of... hang on. Let's see if that's it, Claire. Hang on. And this is what I'm reading from right now, Claire. It's just we don't have the paper, you know.
Jump, it's Marvin.
And Hugin.
Cousin Marvin Barry.
Thank you for the raid, Hugin.
Sound you looking for? Well, listen to this.
Appreciate you, Hugin. Thank you for the raid. How did your stream go? I hope it was real good. Thank you, Hugin. And Rhacodactylus, yeah, if you can download the PDF and send it to me, just paleontologizing@gmail. That's my address. I would be most appreciative, Reiko. Holy cow. You've got that institutional access there? Yeah. That would be excellent. Again, here's a link to there. There you go. Yeah. Path of Titan. Oh, nice, Hugin. Very nice. Cool. I'm glad you had fun with that. Here, let's continue to look at the abstract, and maybe we'll get a copy of this. So early diagenetic calcite yielded a uranium-lead age of 165.3, plus or minus 3.6 or 5.6 million years ago, in agreement with a maximum depositional age of 165, plus or minus 1 million years ago, from detrital zircon ages of the surrounding rocks, suggesting that diagenesis occurred shortly after the death of the sauropod. Diagenesis is like the fossilization process after the animal dies. And yes, at Gmail, yes, Rhacodactylus, that's right. Yeah. And hello, sweetie pie. Well. Sweetie pie, would you like to come say hello? We might have feline overlord number 2 making an appearance here. Hey, sweetie pie. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Yeah, look at this. Oh, that smells good. Come on up here. You know how to get those treats. There we go. Yeah. Good girl, sweetie pie. There we go. Whoops. Hang on. That's better. Camera had frozen. Yeah. Ooh, is that some good stuff? There we go. Yeah. What do you think, sweetie pie? Oh, how you doing? Don't drink out of there. It's mine. And it's got ice in it. You're not gonna want it. Yeah. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Yeah. You see Merced email address? I appreciate that, Rhacodactylus. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. You've helped improve our stream significantly here. And let's improve your fur, sweetie pie. Let's use that brush. You like that idea? Here it is. You remember the brush. Yes, the brush. The brush is good. Yeah. used on Mini Pie last. Can I use it on you? There we go. Yeah. There we go, Mini Pie. Excuse me, Sweetie Pie. My name is mixed up. Yeah. Oh, look at you. There we go. Yeah. Sweetie Pie, do you have anything to say into the microphone? You have anything to say?
What? What? What?
I said, do you have anything to say into the microphone, Sweetie Pie?
What?
Are you hard of hearing? There we go. She loves pressing up against the camera. There you go. Good stuff. There we go. Yeah. You can smell that Mini Pie was over here earlier, can't you? Yeah. And you're chewing on the ferns just like she was. You don't want to eat those. Hey, watch out. Don't eat that. You don't want to be ingesting plastic. Anyway, yeah. Look at all that stuff up there. Oh goodness. I am definitely gonna have to vacuum in here after my stream, huh? Yeah. Might have to start adding a cat's tag to our streams. Oh, sweetie, you're so happy. Oh, you saying hello to chat there? Yeah. Camera loves you, sweetie pie. You love the camera. Makes me so happy. And we're accumulating so much fur here. Love this treatment. My goodness. Oh, I'll see you later, sweetie pie. So stopping by. This is one of the unfortunate things about having facial hair, is that it tends to accumulate cat hair when it's flying around the office. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Get a lint roller for your face? Yeah, there you go, Casey, yeah. Anyway. Let's put the brush away, we are very, very lucky, we might actually have an email from a kind viewer. Let's see here. There we go. Rhacodactylus attaches the PDF of the article you're looking at. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. I appreciate that tremendously. There it is. There it is. Good stuff. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. Science should be free. I agree. And you know what? I appreciate you, Rhacodactylus. I appreciate you very much. Yeah. In situ uranium lead dating of Jurassic dinosaur bones from Sichuan Basin, China. I don't know any of these people personally. They're probably more on the geological side of things than the biological side of things. But yeah. So here's the Sichuan Basin in China. This is what the world would have looked like when this dinosaur had been alive. About 165 million years ago. This would have been like the Middle Jurassic period. And we've got a lovely skeleton here, actually. Holy cow. Do we have a name on this dinosaur? Has it been described? After a preliminary excavation, it was shown to be a relatively complete skeleton of a sauropod belonging to the Mamenchisaurus fauna. Dinosaur bones were dark on the surface with appreciable macroscopic deformation or compression. 4 bone fragments were cut from a caudal vertebrae. Well, from tail vertebrae. An ischium, femur, and cervical rib sections of this sauropod. And transverse thin sections were made for in situ microspectroscopy and isotope analysis. So, this was a destructive process that they did here. Destructive or enhanced, depending on how you look at it. But man, this is super cool. They got a paper out of this. They did have to cut these bones open to try and take isotopes out of them. But Raman microscopy and scanning electron microscopy showed that the fibrous bone was composed of very small crystallites of non-stoichiometric apatite, organic matter, and minor calcite. In contrast, cavities and Haversian channels were filled with several generations of calcite cements. So we were talking about the Haversian channels earlier when we were talking about histology. When you cut those bones open, you can see the structure inside of those bones. Very cool. And a few quartz and submicron-sized pyrite grains, too. Pyrite, like we were talking about pyrite disease in bones. Pyrite is sometimes one of those substances that can get inside of the bones during the diagenetic process, during fossilization. Preservation of submicron-sized pyrite particles in early fringing calcite cement and negative oxygen-13 or carbon-13. Anyway, interesting stuff. Here's some super, super small imagery from under the microscope. And I guess these are where they found these different isotopes? Huh. This is kind of sailing over my head. I'm not a geochemist. So this is outside of my realm of expertise. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
And if dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Vinyl Sideshow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Gaming with Ozzy and Sharky. Howdy, howdy. Welcome, Ozzy and Sharky. Thank you for the raid. How did your stream go? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. Man, I wish you were here early. We were talking all about Megalodon, the mega-toothed shark, and how it may have actually been larger and longer than has been previously estimated. Maybe check out the VOD if you want to see that, but it was pretty cool. And I've got my Megalodon picture right there. But yeah. And I'm doing well, Mysterious Shark. You're the second part of the name. Well, it's good to have you here. Thank you and Ozzy for being here and for bringing your raiders. Welcome, welcome, everybody. It's really good to have you. Yeah. We've been having a nice stream today, going over some fossil news, talking about new discoveries, and one of them we're covering right now. The potential to determine the age of dinosaur fossils directly, rather than just dating the rocks that dinosaur fossils are found in. That's been the way that we've done things so far. In order to figure out how old a certain dinosaur was, when it died, we gotta date the rocks, because the fossils themselves are not datable. Until now, potentially. Integration of the diagenetic calcite cement ages from the sauropod and detrital zircon ages from the surrounding rocks indicates that the base of the upper part of the Shaxia malformation in the Sichuan Basin accumulated at about 165 million years ago. This indicates that the Mamenchisaurus fauna, hosted in the upper Shaxia malformation, originated in the early Calovian, which is earlier than we thought. That's super cool. Yeah. Very cool. The spatial and temporal separation can explain the more primitive features of Mamenchisaurus compared to Diplodocus, Brachiosaurus, Camarasaurus, or other large-sized sauropod dinosaurs from North America and East Africa. Pretty neat. Evaluating the potential of uranium-lead dating on vertebrate fossils. The typically low uranium content and low radiogenic lead content of fossilized bone material and possible post-fossilization alteration are inherent challenges to direct uranium-lead dating of vertebrate fossils. These challenges are well demonstrated by the complex uranium-lead ages derived from authigenic apatite from the fibrolamellar bones in this study. Our work highlights the utility of the uranium-lead dating of early diagenetic calcite cements hosted within fossils, which offers an alternative, widely accessible, and robust means of directly constraining the barrel age of vertebrate fossils. This is super exciting stuff. And shoot, to help clue you in, especially if folks are fairly new around here, if we want to understand how to date these things, we kind of have to understand how fossilization works. So let me show you a quick classic video about how to become a fossil, and this will be pertinent to our discussion here. Let's jump through it here.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Yeah. It requires some sacrifice at the beginning. You got to be committed if you want to become a fossil. You know?
Guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay.
Dinosaur?
Aisa Frago, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, you got to get buried fast before everybody eats you. We had somebody in the chat asking a question about this earlier. It was Discome 2. Are you still here? Discome 2? When animals die in my backyard, they decay completely. What has to happen to turn them into fossils? This is what has to happen. Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that, and I didn't miss it. Even though I didn't acknowledge it at first. This is what has to happen. First of all, it's got to get buried before it can decay or be eaten completely. Yeah.
Fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Yep. So if you don't get buried, your chances of becoming a fossil are like zilch, zero, nada. It's not going to happen.
Best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean where water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3. Soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
Yep, and these radioactive isotopes, I think it's uranium-238 isotope that decays into lead, in the dinosaur fossil in this paper, that is part of this diagenetic process. Permineralization. When minerals in the surrounding groundwater and in the surrounding substrate here, like matrix is what we call it, when these things seep in and then they replace the minerals like calcium in the skeleton, that's what's going on here. So there had to have been some radioactive uranium-238 that seeped into those fossils, and then that's like we were talking about earlier. It's like this hourglass where we know that uranium-238 decays into lead at a set pace. We know the rate at which that happens. So the amount of uranium-238 that's still in there can tell us how long it's been since this took place, which is super cool. So yeah.
A long time. Groundwater contains minerals.
Yep.
Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Yes, indeed.
Step 4. Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Pretty cool stuff. So I hope that answers some questions there. That idea of permineralization is really, really important. And that's where those radioactive isotopes come from. Those are not in the animal during life. That happens after death. Indiscom says, wouldn't you need to know what was there at the start? I mean, yeah, that's one isotope which decays into another one over time. The process of dating only works if we know that the daughter element, or the daughter isotope, can only come from the parent isotope. So at the beginning it was 100% parent isotope. The proportion of parent isotope to daughter isotope tells us how old it is. Like turning over an hourglass and seeing how much sand has gone through. You see how much of the parent isotope has decayed into the daughter isotope. It's just like an hourglass, basically. Does that make sense? I hope so. Yeah, and Casey Snowart says, so we're dating the minerals in the bones themselves with this new method? Yes. Yes, indeed. That's how it works, and that's why this is so exciting. Why didn't we do this before, I wonder? Hasn't uranium dating been a thing before? It has been, but it's never successfully been used on fossil bones themselves, which is kind of... That's my question, too. Why? Normally, we've got to look for, like, zircons, which hold those radioactive isotopes in place, like a neat little wrapped package. But in this case, we don't have that. There's just radioactive isotopes in the interior of the bone itself, and that seems to do the job just fine. And what's cool is they actually tested this, where they did the traditional method for the rocks surrounding the fossil, and the dates agree. They're the same. So it's a way of, like, testing this method, and it passed the test. It's legit, which is super cool. Yeah. And Clairbert, I don't know. That's a great question. Is this a regional thing? Or could this work anywhere? I don't know. I don't know. That's a super excellent question, and one that I'm excited to learn the answer of. Yeah. Line scanning traverses an X-ray fluorescence mapping to isolate high uranium and low common lead domains. provide efficient tools for obtaining robust ages from the calcite cements that are often heterogeneous in uranium and lead. Thermally activated diffusion of lead in calcite is negligible below 350 degrees Celsius, such that calcite uranium-lead ages are likely to be preserved during deep burial and diagenesis. Unlike bioapatite, which is often too small and inclusion-rich to be amenable to uranium-lead dating, which is susceptible to post-fossilization overprinting, diagenetic calcite precipitated in bone cavities can be sufficiently coarse-grained to target with laser ablation spots. This allows suitable age precision to be achieved even for low uranium domains. So I guess calcite is really the key to this. Having calcite preserved within the bone, that is like a good environment for actually having these radioactive isotopes preserved within. Calcite seems to be the magic ingredient here. That's super cool. And Discom 2, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So it only works in specific deposition conditions. Yes, Psychoanalyst. But this is still a huge deal. Because if it works here, with the current levels of technology, the current, tools that we have in our toolbox, imagine what we may be able to do in the future with more precise methods. With new technologies that we can't even dream up yet. This is immensely encouraging. This is super, super cool. Yeah. And Hanny says, how much younger would the fossil minerals be than the actual bone? That's a great question, Hannies, yeah, because like we were talking about earlier with this, with the...
Can dissolve your skeleton,
Yeah.
leaving only minerals in its place.
So, this is not going to tell you the exact year in which the dinosaur died, or trilobite in this case, but it's going to be pretty darn close. It would have happened during fossilization. So if you just bury a bone in the ground and it doesn't get permineralized, if it doesn't get infused with minerals like this, that bone will decay in like maybe a couple decades, something like that. So if we find radioactive isotopes inside that bone from diagenesis, like within the calcite, we can get a pretty good sense that, like, this happened shortly after the animal died. Within a few decades or centuries, or maybe a few millennia. But when we're talking about hundreds of millions of years, just being able to pinpoint it, like, within a few millennia, a few thousands of years, is remarkably precise. Usually our error bars are, like, a few million years. So this is, like, thousandths of that. That's super, super cool. Am I making sense here? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Yeah. Very cool. Very, very cool. The first successful application of uranium-lead geochronology to calcite cements in sauropod fossils outlined in the study highlights the great potential for uranium-lead geochronology for constraining the burial age of vertebrate fossils, which can help to unravel the timing of vertebrate diversification, constrain temporal correlations between similar-sized characterized faunas, and disclose paleogeographic implications from dating. This is so cool. I will be very interested to see if these findings are replicated by other scientists. This is really, really cool. This is super cool stuff. Yeah. Picking up one with there you go, science streams. Shoveling up the snow in the driveway. You're doing that and typing at the same time, science streams? That's impressive, to say the least. Are you on mobile right now? Yeah. Good stuff. Very, very cool. I really, really hope that... Shoot, if we can directly date dinosaur fossils that have calcite within them, the implications are staggering for this. We might be able to get hard and fast dates on individual dinosaur fossils. Oh man. Oh man, I hope that this is the case. We'll see. Holy cow. Yeah. And Steely Dan asks a phenomenal question here, Steely Dan. This is an excellent, top-notch question. Would this potentially be able to date fossils that have been divorced from their stratigraphic context? So what Steely Dan is asking here is if a fossil's already been dug up, maybe by some Yahoo or a commercial group or something like that, and we can't tell exactly where it's from in the rock record, could we still potentially date it? And the answer is maybe. You're still going to want that stratigraphic context to cross-check it with the date from the fossil itself, like they did in this paper. You're still going to want to try and confirm it with that. But who knows? This is really encouraging. This could usher in a brave new world of dinosaur dating. That sounds weird, but determining how old dinosaurs were when they were buried. Yeah. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. And Discombe says, I would think you would need to know the exact percentage of the uranium that was added during fossilization to be able to... That's not really how it works, Discombe. Yeah. I get that it decays at a certain rate, and I get that you can measure what there is now, but I'm missing how you know what it started at. You don't have to know what it started at. Like, it's not like you have to go and count the individual... It's a proportions thing. So, if you know that lead only comes from uranium-238 in this context, then just measuring the proportion of lead to uranium-238 will tell you how old it is. Does that make sense? It's not like you have to know the exact number of molecules of uranium-238 at the beginning. That's irrelevant information. It doesn't actually have bearing on that. Does that make sense? Because you're only taking a very small sample there of the uranium and lead, and then you're looking at the proportions. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Blue is cheap.
And, for example, if I showed you a bucket of water and you saw that there was 1 gallon left after evaporation after X amount of time, could you tell how much water the bucket started with if you did not know the time? It doesn't matter. So we're not trying to tell... I get your analogy there, Discomi. But we're not trying to determine the original amount of uranium. What matters is the amount of lead. The original quantity is... I'm trying to figure out a way to explain this. So at the outset, it would be all uranium. It's not the quantity that's important, it's the ratio that's actually important. Does that make sense? It's the ratio of uranium to lead. If it's all uranium, you can tell it's not gone through any half-lives yet. Oh, and hang on. I need to go swap out the 3D printer filament here, because we've just run through another spool. Here, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to find you a relevant video here. Oh goodness. Let's see. Oh shoot. Here. Here, take a look at this, I guess? I don't know. I haven't seen this before, but let's hope it's good. Be right back.
the difference between relative and absolute dating. Relative dating methods can tell us only if a fossil is older or younger than another fossil. Stratigraphy is one example of a relative dating method. Generally, deeper layers of dirt and rock are older than the surface layer of dirt. Through a variety of other techniques, scientists have determined how old these layers are, going back millions of years. Paleontologists can determine the age of a fossil based on how far below the ground surface it is found.
Glue is cheap.
Simply, the fossil's age is relative to the age of the Earth around it. Absolute dating, also known as calendar dating, tells the age of something in actual years. For example, if human remains are found next to a coin with the year 1500 inscribed on it, scientists can tell that the remains date back to sometime during or after the year 1500. Another form of absolute dating is called carbon-14, C14 dating. Living organisms have the same amount of carbon-14 in their cellular structure. Once an organism dies, C14 begins decreasing at a constant rate. Scientists test fossils for the amount of C14 present, and with that number, they can tell how long ago an organism lived. And that is the difference between relative and absolute dating in about a minute.
Okay, shoot, I'm still working on a 3D printer, but, hang on a second. Johan571, thank you for the follow, and thank you, Soy Calliope, for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let's see... Here, let's take a look at how fossils are calculated. Age of fossils. This might be lousy, but we're gonna take a look at it anyway, and I'll be right back.
Humans have always had a crazy urge towards old things since the time of evolution. Isn't it so fascinating when archaeologists say these fossils are 100,000 years old, or this dinosaur bone could be 1,000,000 years old? How do archaeologists determine the age of a fossil that ranges from just over a few years to billions of years back? How do they calculate, and what are the methods used to find out the age of a fossil? First, what are fossils? Fossils are the remains or just traces of remains from the past dead organic matter like bones, shells, teeth, etc. Some may age back to a few years, and some may be to millions of years. There are various methods to determine the age of these fossils, out of which these two methods are the most commonly used: relative dating method and absolute dating method. The relative dating method is comparing one fossil to another fossil and determining the age. But on what measure? For example, if we look at the Grand Canyon, we see these horizontal layers, which are nothing but layers of rock and sand getting deposited on each other over a period of time. These horizontal layers are called strata. This process of layering sand horizontally, one over the other, takes a long period of time, usually hundreds to thousands of years. Let us assume we have some fossils underground. We know that the fossils on the top layer are the recent ones, and the ones at the bottom are the older.
Sorry about that. Shoot, that's so frustrating, because I'm like fiddling with the 3D printer, trying to get the new filament into there, and it's not cooperating, and then I'm listening, like, there's so many different errors and mistakes in this. Sorry you had to sit through that. Ugh. Live broadcast, these things happen, you know? Man, this is garbage. Not good. Yeah. And rose numbers are off by like an order of magnitude. There you go, Salamander, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, let that be a reminder that not everything that you see or hear on the internet is reliable. I mean, case in point, shoot. You search dinosaur fossil dating on YouTube, and this one here, World Video Bible School. Does it matter that we find carbon-14 in dinosaur bones? Like, these are all, like, creationist nonsense videos. Ugh. Oh, boy. Yeah. Mayor Space says, I hate it when archaeologists find a dinosaur bone and say that it's millions of years old. It's a million years old. Yeah. Oh, boy. But yeah. But yeah, anyway. And Oscar Jr. says, I think it's based on your viewing history. I don't get any of that. Did you search dinosaur fossil dating here? Because I bet you if you search that, you're going to get a lot of these, like, nonsense creationist videos. Yeah. Anyway. But let me scroll up and make sure I didn't... What was that noise? No, I think we're okay. Sorry. But yeah. Let's see. Scrolling. When a fossil was created, there was no lead around yet, right? Disco. I mean, a fossil is not going to have lead inside of it as it's being buried. You know? If you have lead inside of your skeleton, that's a very bad thing. You know? Lead is not really compatible with organic life like that. You know? Yeah. And La Petite says, how long is the fossilization process again? It depends. Sometimes it might be more rapid than other times. Diagenesis, fossilization, is something that is not as well studied as it should be, honestly. Partly that's timescales, is like, it might take hundreds or thousands of years, which is older than the entire field of paleontology so far. But yeah. So it depends. Fossilization, we know it takes longer than decades, shorter than millennia, though. Or shorter than millions of years, excuse me. Usually about hundreds or thousands of years to actually fully fossilize something, but it depends on the level of preservation. It depends on the level of, like, the rate of sedimentation in a given area. It can depend on a lot of different things. So I guess the short answer is we don't really know. You know? Yeah. But yeah. And when's the youngest fossil we can expect then, says La Petite? It depends on what you consider a fossil. So we have other things called subfossils. If I can find you a video on that. But subfossils are basically when the remains of a thing that lived a long time ago have not yet been fully permineralized. It might be the bones of a raccoon or a bear inside of a cave that's maybe a few thousand years old, and it's been preserved in that cave and hasn't completely rotted away because of that static environment within the cave. But it's not been fossilized yet. It would be what we call a subfossil. Depending on who you ask, the bones at La Brea are subfossils. They've not been permineralized fully. There's still a lot of original organic material in there that's not been replaced by minerals in the ground. it really depends. Yeah. Here, process of fossilization. How do dinosaur fossils... Let's check this out from the Natural History Museum. See if it's any good.
Millions of years ago, this dinosaur was going about his normal daily life.
What? Oh boy.
But his day went from good to bad. Really bad. After he died, other dinosaurs ate him, and the rest of his skin and muscles rotted away, leaving just his bones. These were quickly buried by mud.
By mud.
Over millions of years, more layers landed on top: mud, sand, and even volcanic ash. This added up to a lot of weight on top of the skeleton. Some parts got crushed.
Yep. That's very common. I mean, shoot, with our juvenile Tyrannosaurus right here. This is partly crushed as well. You can see how it's not... This is a 3D print, obviously, but it's based on the real thing. It's an exact copy of the real thing. Printed from those data. And see how it's not symmetrical? Parts of it have been squashed and morphed like that. That's the underlying, or the overlying sediment would crush it like that. So this is probably... Actually, it's probably found like this. Rumor has it was actually found on top of a hoodoo. But the weight of the overlying sediment squashed it, so it's no longer perfectly symmetrical. That's really typical, you know? Yeah.
Of mud, sand, and ash turned into hard, sedimentary rocks. While this was happening, water seeped into the bones. It left behind minerals, turning the bones to stone and creating a fossil. Earth changed a lot over millions of years.
This is kind of overly
Rocks
simplified,
that were
but
once
that's
deep
okay.
underground rose to the surface, a process called uplift. Very slowly, wind, water, and ice wore away the rock. Eventually, bits of the fossil skeleton were exposed and became visible on the surface. Fossils are constantly getting eroded out of rock.
Yep.
Most are lost.
They just crumble to dust.
But if we're lucky, someone will find one. Nearly all of the fossils we find, around 99%, are from marine animals, such as shellfish.
99% from marine animals? Where did they get that? I don't believe that. I don't know where they got this figure from. I don't... Unless they're counting, like, individual foraminifera and radiolaria as being, like, marine organisms, as marine fossils, and, like, just by sheer number. But then again, we've got pollen grains. And how many trillions of those are there? And those are terrestrial, so I don't know. I don't buy this at all.
And sharks.
Yeah.
This is because they lived in the sea, where sand or mud could bury
Maybe they
their
are counting
remains
diatoms,
quickly
psychoanalysis.
after they died.
Yeah, maybe.
But dinosaurs live on land, so how do they get buried so quickly? Most dinosaur fossils we find belong to animals that were living near to a lake or a river. They died, and a short while later the area flooded, covering the remains in mud and silt.
Although that's not always from water. Sometimes we have collapsed sand dunes. We've got wind-blown sediments. It seems like some dinosaurs in the Gobi Desert of Mongolia, for instance, may have been covered by, you know, wind-blown sand. Like a sandstorm overtakes them and, you know, kills them and buries them. Yeah. So it's not always waterborne sediment like this, although it usually seems to be in most cases. Rockslide, asks La Petite. It could be landslides in some cases, but that's probably a really, really rare thing. I'm not even sure how you would find evidence of that. in the strata. Yeah, probably not. Not rock slides, I don't think. Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah. Oh, but pyroclastic flows, definitely diagonal. Yes, shoot. And in fact, we have really good evidence of that. Not necessarily for dinosaurs, but for things like fossil rhinoceros. From, like, ashfall fossil beds in, well, I guess it's more ash raining down from the sky. But that would be a good example, yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll watch a video about that in a minute.
Something more dramatic happened. In one example, two dinosaurs, Protoceratops and Velociraptor, were fighting in the desert. They were mid-battle when, suddenly, a sand dune collapsed on top of them.
Yeah, I don't think that's what happened in this case. I don't. It was if you promise not to tell, chat, I can tell you what I think it probably was. All right, come here, a little bit closer. The fighting dinosaurs, Velociraptor and Protoceratops. That might have been a burrow collapse, not a collapsing sand dune. Well, yeah.
They were mid-battle when, suddenly, a sand dune collapsed on top of them. Their fossils show them frozen in their fighting poses.
Yeah, and it's not like that. It's... There we go. This is what it actually looks like. Velociraptor and Protoceratops. This is exactly how they were found. Excuse me. The Velociraptor's right forearm in the beak of the Protoceratops. Its left hand clutching the side of the face of the Protoceratops, and its feet with its claws seemingly up inside the underbelly of the Protoceratops like this. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And that Velociraptor is about 6 feet, maybe a little bit less than 2 meters long. There, Ongoy. Yeah. That is one of the most remarkable dinosaur fossils ever found. Not like this. Oh boy.
In another tragic example, the feathered dinosaur Sittipati was sitting on its nest of eggs when a sandstorm blew in and covered it.
Yep. Yeah. That's much more believable.
From animals that were alive when they were buried are really rare. It's not just bones that turn into fossils. Dinosaurs can also leave behind footprints and impressions of skin and feathers.
Yep.
So next time you're near some sandstone or mudstone, think of what fossils could be hiding, just waiting to be discovered.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Well, holy cow, Hogan.
Amish Metal Quest J2 file.
Thank you, Hogan. Holy moly. That tier 3 sub there, I appreciate that tremendously, Hogan. Thank you for your continued support. That is excellent. Getting us ever closer to our Partner Plus goal. We are doing pretty well. Pretty well. And that's in part thanks to you, Hogan. So thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. The updated points total? Let me look right now, Lydian. Let me see if it's clicked up at all. Or, yep. It has. Let's update that right now. Here, wait just a minute, and then you can do the command. There we go. Excellent. All right. Go for it. Yeah. 327 out of 350. Holy moly. That is pretty close to the goal. That's excellent. That's really excellent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And does that stop anytime you drop below 350 in a month? No, you get it for 12 months at the outset. And then after that 12 months, they reevaluate. And they see if you're above or below 350. And you either keep it or it goes away. But if, for instance, I'm above... If we on this channel are above 350 for the month of February also, then that means it's 12 months. Basically, if you drop below 350, then 12 months later you lose Partner Plus status. So once you get it, you've got it for 12 months. And every month that you get after that, that 12-month window moves further and further back. Does that make sense? Yeah. At least that's what Balint says. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Unless you pull through at the end of that 12-month period, right? No, if at the end of that 12-month period you've got over 350, then it... Yeah, no, that's not how it works. So, you've got it for 12 months after you get Partner Plus, but for every subsequent month that you clear 350, it, like, restarts. So you still have 12 months. If I, say, lost, you know, we dropped down to 349 subpoints at the beginning of June, and that would mean that the June after, we would lose Partner Plus status. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Claire Bird, thank you for posting that link. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. And they've got a frequently asked questions here as well. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway. Very, very happy about this. Very, very happy about this. That's going to be close to a 40% bump in revenue for the channel. Just like that. New revenue split. Very exciting. Very exciting. Which means that I'm going to be able to pay other paleontologists for their time when we do interviews here. I've long said that, I don't know, as scientists, as paleontologists, we are often grievously overworked and underpaid. And when we make appearances in media, like for instance, here. Yeah.
I think,
when I appeared here on GB News in the UK, I didn't get paid for this. Scientists typically don't get paid for media appearances. We just don't. We're expected to work for free like that. As opposed to, like, politicians or political talking heads or, like, other people typically get paid. Scientists typically don't. I think that's pretty unfair. And it would be nice if we did get paid for stuff like that. And I'm trying to lead by example here. When I bring other scientists onto this channel for interviews, I would like to pay them for their time. Try and set an example there, you know? To be the change I wish to see in the world. Like that Gandhi bumper sticker, you know? So yeah. We don't get paid for much, says Rhacodactylus. Exactly, right? Yeah. Yeah. Holy Goat says, you don't get into science for the money. Every one of my professors. Yeah, I mean...
Dinosaur man.
OBJs.
Fossil collecting, hunting with my dad growing up.
Ah.
The stream brought me back to that world that I love so much. Thanks for such entertaining and educational content. You rock.
I really appreciate you, OP Chase. Thank you so much for saying that. Holy cow. That warms my heart to know that I could have some small part in kind of reigniting your passion for paleontology. That's what I'm here to do. So thank you, OP Chase. Thank you for saying that. That means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you for your continued support. 2 months now. Beautiful. I appreciate you. But yeah. Rhacodactylus is true. It speaks the truth here. Serving as a peer reviewer, free labor. Science outreach, free labor. Guest appearance at high schools to hype up a discipline, free labor. Exactly. Appearing on the news in order to, talk about a new scientific finding, free labor. Reviewing a manuscript, or sometimes even going out and doing field work, free labor. Giving tours to donors of a scientific laboratory, usually free labor. All that stuff we got to do for free, Yeah. And Rhacodactylus says, wait a minute, we're supposed to be smart. How come we don't get paid for all the work we do? Exactly. And it's because scientists, we usually get into our disciplines because we are passionate about what we do. We love this stuff. And if we were independently wealthy, we would be doing this stuff anyway, but doing it for free. But most of us are not independently wealthy. I'm certainly not. Holy cow. Many of us are kind of struggling to survive. Struggling to pay our bills. I don't know. I've known adjunct professors who were homeless. And teaching at prestigious schools, but living out of their car. It's more common than you might imagine. It's sobering to think about, but it's more common than you might imagine. And modern academia, which is, it's this increasing financialization of America and the world at large. I'm sure people in other countries notice the same patterns where they live. But the increasing bureaucratization of the university system, where you have more and more and more administrators being hired, and fewer tenured professors being hired. And sometimes you have undergraduates who are literally teaching courses. I did this briefly, as an undergraduate. When one of the professors kind of disappeared, I, who was enrolled in that class, was asked to teach the class. I was told that those course credits, I would be reimbursed for the credits that I had to pay for to take that class. That never happened. Stuff like this happens again and again and again, That's how modern academia is. And people who are passionate about what they do, it's that much easier to take advantage of us, There's a book about this, actually. Not to get too much off on a tangent here, but let me see if I can find it real quick. Here it is. Not to get too cynical about this, but if you're really feeling this right here and you want to read a book about this phenomenon, I'd recommend this one. It's called Do What You Love and Other Lies About Success and Happiness by Miya Tokumitsu. Yeah. The thing is, people who pursue their passion, whether it's in a scientific field, whether it's through charity, whether it's through other academic disciplines, the humanities or the arts, we are taken advantage of by people who have power and money. And we're told, like, oh, well, you know, this isn't really work because you're doing what you love, so you don't deserve to be paid for it. You know, maybe you can't afford an apartment. Maybe you have to live in your car, but, you know, you're so lucky because you get to pursue your passion. And it's deeply unjust. So, yeah. Sparrow Cat says, thanks for the reading recommendation. You bet. Yeah. And there you go, Mirror Space. I didn't know that back then when I was 19 or whatever. Never let a bureaucrat just promise you something, get it in writing. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says you still need to eat, even when you're pursuing your passion. Absolutely. Yes. And Casey Snowart says, next time I need to temper my optimism, I'll pick that up. There you go. It's good. Yeah. And yeah, Dr. Irrefutable makes a really good point, too. No one says that doctors don't deserve to be paid. Like, oh, you're a physician? Oh, that's so nice. You know, you get to help people. That's a reward in and of itself, you know? Like, no, we're not going to pay you a living wage because you're pursuing your dream here, you know? That's not the way it is for medical doctors, and it's not the way it should be for scientists, or artists, or historians, or whoever. Everyone deserves a living wage. That's my opinion. That's what I believe. Oh, yeah. But they will say that about nurses. No, you're definitely right about that, Rhacodactylus, yeah. That's a whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, and there you go, Rhacodactylus, yeah. Diffusion models and AI. Oh, boy. AI. I should put that in quotation marks, because true AI does not exist. But yeah. Yeah, anyway. But anyway. Where were we? I don't even remember. But we are... Oh, yeah. We were talking about dating dinosaur fossils. We've got another piece of news that let's dive in. Well, let's dip into it a little bit here. But I might end up saving this paper to discuss with Balint tomorrow. This is pretty cool. Just published today. Orbit size and estimated eye size in dinosaurs and other archosaurs, and their implications for the evolution of visual capabilities. This is going to be one of those big papers, kind of about, you know, a whole big clade of organisms and its overall history, trends over time. And let's see here. That is not downloading. Where did it go? View PDF. That's what we want. Copy link address. I'll give that to you in the chat. Yeah. And open access. Yes, indeed, Rhacodactylus. Everybody loves open access. I mean, look how beautiful this is. No paywall here. Much of this science would have been taxpayer funded anyway. The taxpayers should get it for free. They shouldn't have to pay for it again. And here we go. Nice stuff. This is pretty neat. In fact, I think I want to save this for tomorrow. I think I'll discuss this with Balint for our crossover stream tomorrow. Oh, good stuff. Statistical methods, looking at the size of the orbit. The orbit is the bony eye socket. And then the skull length right here. That's not going to be... Oh, man, because some creatures have longer snouts than others, and so... I kind of wonder how they get past that in this. I haven't read it yet. But cool stuff. Yeah. Well, I think we'll be discussing this tomorrow. So yeah. Good stuff. And Hanny says, do you have to have a big eye to see well? Do they model the eyes to get a sense for acuity? Since eyes don't fossilize, this is totally just going to be using orbit size as a proxy for how big the eyes are and how good the eyes are there. So there will be some limitations to this paper, Hannies. And we'll talk about that tomorrow. I'm excited. That's going to be good stuff. Anyway, with that having been said, it's time to wrap things up here. So let's do it. Here is a Deinonychus skull. Deinonychus, whom we were talking about earlier. We'll run our credits over that. Don't go away just yet, everybody. We're going to go see who else is doing some science right now that we can go show some love to. Let's see.
If dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small.
And Ren and Doubt.
Living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Ren and Doubt, follow Paleontologizing. Thank you, Ren and Doubt, for that follow. Welcome, welcome. Are you into birds like Ren's? Because if so, you're really going to love Thursday's stream when we do Thursday Birds Day. But for right now, we're going to go right into Creatrix Brit. She's doing some 3D printing, and we will go see what that is all about. I'll be here Thursday then? Yeah, Thursday is Thursday Birds Day, Ren and Doubt. Oh man, it's going to be great. I'm also streaming tomorrow too, as I do every weekday. Creatrix_Brit. We'll go see what one of our mods is up to as she does some 3D printing and cosplay repair. She's very much into Star Wars, so if you are too, I think you'll enjoy watching her. Let's go see what she's up to, everybody. And thank you to everybody whose names showed up here in the credits. All of those various supporters. From the moderators, love you mods, to the raiders, from the followers, to the cheerers, the gifters, and the subscribers. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do here every weekday. I am incredibly grateful and incredibly lucky to be able to do this full time. And now we're getting close to Partner Plus. This is phenomenal. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, everybody, for some more fossil news and science crossover stream with Belint of Science Streams. Do some scientist chat. Until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go see what's up with Creatrix Brit. See you there, everybody.